Shane Watson.
Where are you streaming the show?
On YouTube.
Okay.
Oh, there you are. I was just texting you actually. They didn't have it. They just have all the papers with all the kids' names on them and everything.
Oh, okay.
So they do, but I have to put like pictures on the page. Which I could do. They said it was posted by the office, but I lost it. There's nothing there.
Nothing there.
I
I'll
was
look
gonna see
around.
if you went back to the
Okay.
candy bar. Maybe they have that. I don't know.
Yeah, if I can find it, I'll let you know. I'll text it to you. Yeah, I'll find the information and send it to you.
Okay, cool. You can take a look at them close up on the video if you want to. We're gonna be streaming it, so.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Good morning, everyone. Want to welcome you to the 2024 San Angelo Steer Show. And if you would, please rise and remove your hats for our prayer and the national anthem.
Please pray with me. Dear Heavenly Father, I pray today that you watch over every livestock and every person in the show ring and outside the show ring. I pray for comfort and security for everyone here and around. I pray that our families overseas are safe, and I pray that everyone has a great and amazing day and safe travels home. In your name we pray, amen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Wow, I don't know about all, but that gave me chills. All right, we're ready to begin this morning with Class 1 of our American Breeds and Crosses, our lightweight class. We have 26 in this class. Weight range on this class is from 1027 to 1130. Exhibitors in this class are Zane Wagner, Wall FFA, Will Filippello, Brazos County 4-H, Kylan Pitcock, Robert Lee FFA, Kaylee Yant, Erie County 4-H, Carson Spicer, Erie County 4-H, Brooke Yanaro, Columbus FFA, Kennedy Powell, Stephenville FFA, Kinley Barnett, Fisher County 4-H, Nakota Grace Whitfield, Fisher County 4-H, Alexander Jonas, Navarro FFA, Cole Keeney from Perrin FFA, Madeline Ducharme, Kinney County 4-H, Kennedy Long, Lubbock County 4-H, Fisher Pope, Junction FFA, Madeline Askew, Martin County 4-H, Monty Askew, Martin County 4-H, Byron Brin from Highland FFA, Emery Scomber, Highland FFA, Whitney Christian, Runnels County 4-H, Hattie Kalina, Runnels County 4-H. Kyron Rodriguez, San Patricio County 4-H. Raylan Thomas, Sinton FFA. Eli Weiss, San Saba County 4-H. Creed Speck, Tom Green County 4-H. Wyatt James Turner, Weiss County 4-H. And Kylie Porty from New Haverly FFA. Attention in the barn. Class 2 of your Americans, go ahead and be bringing them up. Class 2. This morning, our judge is Mr. Curtis Dubay. He grew up in Parker, Colorado, where he was involved in 4-H and began livestock judging at a very young age. After high school, Curtis went to Colorado State University, where he judged and was the high individual at the American Royal. After his time in college, he became the livestock judging coach at Colorado State University and then moved to Sterling, Colorado, where he is the current coach for Northeastern Junior College. We appreciate Mr. Dubay being here today. He and his family have ranches in Wyoming and Colorado, so we appreciate him coming today and judging our steer show.
Oh, well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Certainly a pleasure to be here today. Good way to start off our steer show here in a lightweight set of American steers, and I think quality set all the way through here. We'll go ahead and excuse these young folks. Go ahead, young lady, lead us off there. A good set of cattle, just to briefly talk about them a minute. Young ladies here, lines out nice down his top. Wish we could just maybe make that one a little stouter in his rib cage and muscle pattern. Like the gray one on the standstill, big muscled, just a little bit straighter for me. Young man steer there. Looks like real easy conversion in terms of feed and correctly finished steer could move just a little better off of either end. Young lady steer there, maybe we could just allow him to go a little more correct in his shoulder and hip. Young man steer there, proportionate in the way that he's built, just a little short coupled for me. Young lady steer exiting right here. Really like that one's extra length. Extension up front, maybe just rear third, doesn't balance quite as nice. Young lady steer there has got enough muscle in his stifle and quarter, little peaked in behind his shoulder. Young man's doing an excellent job. Outstanding showman is that young man. Steer just gets up under himself a little much for me. Kind of a little more Brahman influence steer there. One of the bigger steers, I like that about him, just a little flat in his muscle pattern. Gray steer's got some stoutness of bone and muscle, a little plain in his build. Young man exiting the ring there with the Brockles, got enough just lean shape. Need to see that steer better in the lower part of his body cavity. Young lady steer there, really like the rear third of him in his upper hip and his stifle. He just plays out too much up front. Red and white steer there, really long and extended, a little frailer and flatter. The black and white one, I think, has got some shape in his stifle, a little too much chest up front. Real nice first lineup. We'll go ahead and get through these.
You're fine, Dakota. Put his head up higher, and he won't do that. Put it up high. You got it.
Nice class as we start off with here, and as you may expect, a little variation in type and kind, and kind of where some cattle are at, etc. Dig through that a little bit. The young lady's yellow steer wins from the very beginning, though. Really has whatever class advantage you need him to in terms of balance and structure. He kind of walks away with that pretty handily. His presence, his style, his eye appeal, his freshness, his structure down at the ground, and then to go with that, that steer is certainly the best in terms of his muscle pattern and rib cage. He's shapely, he's been fed and presented extremely well. Young lady brings us an awesome way to go ahead and start the steer show. From there, you got to dig into it just a little bit, and there's some challenge to decide which steer to go ahead and follow him up with. The young lady steer that's sitting in second, I'll be honest with you, right away that color pattern, you don't really find that steer from the outside when he first comes in, and like, all right, but the longer we get out here and we go, kind of the way that steer defaults into second is he's got the second most good things about him. That steer is deceivingly powerful. You step around behind him, he's wider and stouter out through his pin set, his stifle into the ground than any of them in the class. Got a lot of width up high. That steer's really nice in the shape of his rib cage. And then he balances well enough from the side to go ahead and slide into second. Doesn't have the front end presence and quality of the one that wins. Maybe not quite as flexible in his hock and pastern. We'll go ahead and leave him second, but that's a nice steer. Congratulations to the young lady. The red one, man, or the black one, excuse me, man, if we could just make that steer a little bit shapelier in through his stifle from the side, refine kind of how his hock is built, man, that steer could push that yellow one, because everything else he does really well. He's got an excellent showman at the end of the halter. Love where that steer ties his head and neck so high and correct on the upper part of his shoulder. Spans back massive in his upper hip. He's right in his rib cage. Gives you a nice presence from the side. Man, he just gets a little flatter in his stifle and bigger in his hock joint to really match everything else he's got going. Good steer. Man, if you want a killer looking one, we could go ahead and use the red and white steer. I mean, that one's got a front end in terms of his head and neck. Second best one, in my opinion, in terms of his composition, his rib cage, his muscle pattern. I want that steer to be second, but man, his feet and legs are just not quite good enough. Little straight and almost over in his knee, straighter in his hock and pastern. The yellow steer, man, I really wish he wanted to be a show steer today. When he first comes in there, that one's just chock full of muscle and power and stoutness. And if we just placed him in that regard, we'd move that one up higher. He's fighting the young lady a little bit, and so are we getting his best view? Probably not. For me, he's just a little quick and short in his maturity pattern, and man, I'd like to change those rear pasterns. Some of that's probably correlated to his attitude out here in the show ring. From there, we've got an interesting set of them. Young lady's red and white one lines out really nice down his top and out through his hip. He's got some bone and feature. That one's a little straighter off of both ends, a little plainer up front. Yellow steer there, man. I like that one in terms of his shape of rib and body. A little plainer maybe in his shape than ideal. Black and white steer here. Young man stops and gets him presented. Man, he's doing a great job. Very just smooth made, easy transitioning. For me, that steer's just a little frailer featured, smaller in his foot size than ideal. Black steer, the young ladies that comes out next. Got more power from behind than you first realize. I like his upper hip, just a little flat in his body cavity and muscle pattern. Steer that's going to round out this particular class. Similar story, long enough, smooth enough from the side. Just wish we could stouten that one up. Good class. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Placings in our Class 1 were in 10th place, Emery Scober from Highland FFA. 9th, Madeline Ducharme from Kinney 4-H, Kinney County 4-H. In 8th, Creed Speck, Tom Green County 4-H. In 7th, Byron Byrne from Highland FFA. In 6th, Raylan Thomas from Sinton FFA. In 5th was Hattie Kalina from Runnels County 4-H. In 4th, Brooke Winaro from Columbus FFA. In 3rd, Kennedy Long, Lubbock County 4-H. In 2nd was Nakota Grace Whitefield from Fisher County 4-H, and our first place in that class was Kennedy Poe from Stephenville FFA. Now coming into our ring will be Class 2 of our American Breeds and Crosses, our medium weights ranging from 1135 to 1250. We have 26 exhibitors in this class. Exhibitors are Sadie Schimmelfing, I'm sorry, Atascosa County 4-H, Kelsey McCafty from Rogers FFA, Jeremiah Hopkins from Zephyr FFA, Cannon Ferris, Nazareth FFA, Brody Pitcock, Robert Lee FFA, Julian De La Garza, Coke County 4-H, Diggs Brosh from Bront FFA, Thomas Belt, Correll County 4-H, Addison Poe, Erath County 4-H, Kelton Mosier, Guadalupe County 4-H, Madison Crossland, Hale County 4-H. Aradia Morrison, Johnson County 4-H, Gavin Roberts, Burleson Centennial, Zane Hinsky from Riveria Coffer FFA, Wilder Hager from Mundy FFA, Slade Smathers, Llano County 4-H, Logan Engel from Lynn County 4-H, Braden Henry, New Home FFA, Julian Coy, Ballinger FFA, Kenya Boone, Runnels County 4-H, Lexi Kalina, Wall FFA, Macy Jackson, Tom Green County 4-H, Saray Wheeler from Wall FFA, Emily Copeland, McNeil FFA, and Georgia Wyatt, Navarro FFA. Attention in the cattle barn, Class 3, American Crosses. Go ahead and be bringing them up. Class 3. Heads up in the arena, we have a loose steer.
down and stay on the one in front of his ass. Okay?
Another nice class, a good set. We'll go ahead and excuse these guys out the gate. Young ladies black steer, a lot of growth there. Maybe that one's just a little straight. We could stouten him up. Gray steer's done real well on feed, just a lot of body there. Maybe compositionally you tweak that one just a little bit. Young man's black steer, really like that one's rear third in terms of his shape and power. Maybe just doesn't quite balance well enough for me from the side. Like to see that one go with a little more comfort. Kind of brindle steer there, just chock full of power and muscle. Need to change that steer's hock. He's got a little extra swelling and set there. Red steer lines out real nice when he stopped it on the standstill. Got some shape in behind his shoulder. Little plain up front for me, a little flatter there in his rib. Kind of the yellow and white one that comes out next. Man, I'd love to see that one with a little more feature and bone to match the shape and power he has up high. Young man here in the cowboy hat. Steer's got a big stifle, really sound in his structure, just a little too plain and big shouldered. Gray steer here's got enough width up high and progression of muscle back to his hip, just a little too big in his chest. The gray steer, the young man in the cowboy hat, lines out real nice down his top and out through his hip, little flat and plain there in his muscle pattern. Young lady here in the black shirt, really like that one on the standstill, one of the fresher steers of the class. Just a little too narrow in his face and frail in his footwork and bone for me. Young lady with the brindle steer coming out next. Lots of length and power there. Steer gets a little plain. Black steer there with the skurs. One that's got some shape up high. Just wish we could match that down low with a little better muscle pattern and boldness of rib. Black steer that comes out next. Man, wish we could trim that one up, making him a little better compositionally. Young lady there with the multicolored one. Steer's good in terms of his feet and legs, just ultra full today, not near as expressive as he needs to be. Love the steer that rounds out here in terms of his balance from the side, just a little plain in his muscle pattern, but good work to all those individuals.
Heads up in the arena. We have a loose steer.
It's a really interesting top pair of them, and you could go either way and justify it. The cattle are very different. They have different strengths and really complement each other very well. I'll be honest, my initial impression, I had the black steer maybe in second, but the longer that it goes out here, I mean, I'm a big feet and legs guy, if and when possible, and this one's structure, I mean, is unrivaled to anything that's come through the ring today. Laying angle of his shoulder and the set of his knee, his balance and proportions, the length of his hip in relation to how his hock and pastern works is the best. I think he's just a little more proportionate than the steer that's in second. He's hooked up stronger in behind his shoulder and leveler out through his top. You know, in his color pattern, as you know, these black ones, the muscle is a little trickier to study. You get right up on him. He is more expressive right in behind his shoulder. Meets your hand, really, really aggressive in his shape, coming out of the backside of his shoulder. Spans plenty wide, dimensional out through his hip. Not near as impressive from behind as the gray one. And so there is some debate and discussion back and forth there. But man, that one's balance and structure, foot and leg quality, presence. Both these two young ladies are outstanding showmen. He's going to go ahead and be our class winner at the end of the day. The silver one come in, and initially I'm like, all right, that's the one we're going to gravitate to. That's the big muscled, bold ribbed one that's good in his composition, massive in his hip. He's got a big stifle, so true in his base width when you study that one from behind. I love the athletic shape to his rib cage coming out of the center part of his shoulder. Steer that's very, very good. Couple of issues the longer that maybe we get out here. Man, that steer's just a little low up front. If we could match the height he is at the top of his hip, I think that steer just blend a little smoother. Chest wants to be set out in him just a notch. He'll get a little weaker in behind his shoulder as well from being just a little lower fronted. But man, that's getting critical of a steer that I think's awfully, awfully good. Those are two nice steers. Congratulations to those two young ladies. I apologize to the young man here for not getting him pulled right away. The longer that this class goes, he's a pretty easy third in my opinion. You want one that's right on in terms of his composition. I mean, that steer is awesome in his muscle shape, very correct across his ribs and his fat cover. Very, very good from that standpoint. Power, muscle, correctness of finish, lines out nice. A little too cresty up front for me, throws his balance just a little. And that steer, biggest thing is, comparative to the two in front of him, a little smaller footed and frailer featured at the ground, not quite as flexible in his hock and pastern. Go ahead and leave that one in third. The young lady's red steer just gets to fighting her the longer that it goes on. A steer that's got some stoutness of feature and bone, really big hipped and stifled, a little stale up high in his muscle pattern, not quite as fresh all the way through. Black steer that comes out next, the young man's a very good showman. I like this steer's comfort and freedom of movement. If you wanted to switch that pair for those things, you could. A little flat there in his full rib and more set out in his shoulder, doesn't transition quite as nice. Same could be said for the young man here in the blue shirt. Man, if you just take that one from the side, killer looking, really ties his neck in up high. That steer lines out nice and has got a lot of muscle shape. Up in front of him, his shoulder sets out. He's a little too immature in his rib cage and flat there in his full rib. Young lady here in the blue shirt, I like that one. Shape and progression of width. Gets a little big and open off of both ends, just a little underneath himself and uncoordinated. White steer here is not really wanting to show off today. Love his muscle and power. Compositionally, maybe just a touch concerning. We'll leave him down here towards the end of the class. The black steer here is probably a little better in that regard. Certainly a little trimmer. That one just gets a little extra instead of his hock and plainer in his muscle shape. Young man's red and white one, man, if we could see that one changed in terms of his rear third of his skeleton, I really like that one up front. Smooth shouldered, good necktie, and just gets a little underneath himself. Real good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results for Class 2 of our American Breeds and Crosses. In 10th place was Logan Engel from Lynn County 4-H. In 9th, Diggs Brosh from Bront FFA. In 8th, Georgie Wyatt from Navarro FFA. In 7th, Lexi Kalina, Wall FFA. In 6th, Kelton Mosier from Guadalupe County 4-H. In 5th, Thomas Belt, Correll County 4-H. In fourth, Macy Jackson from Tom Green County 4-H. In third, Braden Henry, New Home FFA. In second was Sadie Schimmelfinnig. I'm so sorry. From Atascosa County 4-H. And in first place was Addison Poe from Erath County 4-H. Now in our arena is Class 3 of our American Breeds and Crosses. Our heavyweight class goes from 1273 to 1554. We have 28 in this class. Exhibitors are Sydney Johnson, Blanco FFA, Cameron Stanford, Robert Lee FFA, Julian De La Garza, Coke County 4-H, London Bowman from Davenport FFA, Kylie Barnett, Fisher County 4-H, Tanner Barnett, Gillespie County 4-H, Kelton Carver from Hale County 4-H, Stratton Schertz from Ropes FFA, Cayman Cody from Tolar FFA, Lily Morphus from Kaufman County 4-H, Jayton Myers O'Donnell FFA, Radley Barnett, Lynn County 4-H, Gentry Askew from Lynn County 4-H, Riley Redwine from Borden FFA, Kinsley Adachishan from Mason County 4-H, Lucas Salinas, Eagle Pass FFA, Heston Turner, Oak Ridge FFA, Julie Hendricks from Nolan County 4-H, Madeline Shiskindas from Perryton FFA, Jackson Dankworth, Ballinger FFA, Hayden Coy, Ballinger FFA, Jack Stewardson, Saba County 4-H, Kennedy Weatherford from Tom Green County 4-H, Mally Hinkhouse, Wall FFA, Blaze Benson, Tom Green County 4-H, Farron Speck, Tom Green County 4-H, Driscoll Aiken from Tom Green County 4-H, and Devin Casey from Brownfield FFA. Attention in the steer barn for exhibitors who have completed showing, and if you are wanting to leave, you are welcome to leave. You do not have to stay until lunch. You may pack up and leave. We thank you for coming to the San Angelo Steer Show. We appreciate your support and wish you luck down the road. Also, for all of those of you enjoying and watching the show, we want to remind you that there are food trucks over by the Gandy Heath building for your dining pleasure. They are already open this morning. If you need something to hold you over until lunch, and then at lunch, we encourage you to support those vendors who are here today. Attention in the barn exhibitors, if you are wanting to place your non-placing steer on the truck, they are accepting those now on the northeast corner, southeast corner of the Spur Arena. There'll be a pin there and there'll be someone there to accept your steer if you're ready to place them on the truck. Also, for those of you that are trying to plan your morning, exhibitors, we will be taking our lunch break after the judging of the black crosses. After judging of the black champion crosses, we'll take a lunch break before the AOC.
Got him?
Go ahead and take him over there, okay?
Whoa, whoa.
Heads up in the arena, we have a loose steer.
As we get into our heavyweights here, a good class, and it's going to be a fun one we dig into them. Some good steers going to exit the ring as well. A young man steer that's fighting him just a little bit. One of the fresher ones. I like that about him. Fed really nice. Looks good at his weight class. Maybe muscle-wise, we're just stouting that one up just a little bit in behind his shoulder. Young lady's red steer there, really, really big in terms of his feature and bone, stout in that regard. Little past his prime, maybe compositionally, a little staler than maybe I'd like him to be. Black steers on the other side, real fresh. I like that steer's progression of width and shape down in his stifle. Steer wants to get maybe just a little plainer up high, doesn't go maybe quite as well. Go ahead, guys, we'll go ahead and exit the ring. Yep. And maybe could just go a little smoother, but a nice steer there. The young lady's red and white one, man, if we could see that one a little longer in his hip and a little more flexible in his hock and pastern, maybe make the pole, because that steer's big up high and got plenty of stoutness and power, like the shape there in his rib cage. Black steer that comes out next, shapely in behind his shoulder, man, that one's just pushing a little more chest, a little more set out there up front. Like to change him there from a balance standpoint. Kind of a brindly one coming out next. I think that steer lines out nice when he stopped, and on the standstill he's got some shape up high. Just gets a little too straight and constricted off of both ends. Young man doing a really nice job with the black steer. He's one of the sounder ones. Really like to pull him from that regard, but just not quite enough muscle and power there. Young man's black steer that comes next. I like that one stopped in terms of his shape. We get him on the go. He's just a little stilty and straight up and down. Young man in the cowboy hat there. Steer's built good in the angle of his shoulder. Just a little too much chest and fat cover for me. Young lady steer, really, really like that one from the side. He's one of the nice looking ones when he's on the standstill. Just too plain in behind his shoulder and flat in his forerib. White steer coming out next. Extra shapely, extra expressive. I love those things. That one's just got to go more comfortably. Black steer is really proportionate in his build, just a little too straight and tight in his movement. Steer that comes out next, really like his flow and comfort, just a little staler and past his prime. Similar could be said for the white steer. Awesome composition, or awesome in terms of his muscle. A little bit fatter, a little bit plainer in that regard. The colored up one coming out next. One of the trimmer maybe steers in terms of his body cavity, just a little frail in his feature. Really splashed up steer coming next. Got some feature and bone. He's big up high, just a little too straight and stiff in his movement. Young man there in the cowboy hat. That one gets out and goes pretty comfortably, a little staler. Young man that's going to round out the class. Really like the feature and bone, just a little plainer from the side. Good class though.
distribution in the barn, lightweight British, bring them on up. attention in the barn. We need Ryland Frerick, Glasscock County, 4-H. We need your steer in the holding area. Bring it on down, Ryland Frerick.
This is a good class, best class in this division by far in terms of depth and quality of steers all the way down through. And requires just a shot more time. But man, these three, I really, really like them, and they're all different in how they get here. I will say, I mean, that young man's, if we're just going to study him from the profile, it is absolutely undeniable. And I mean, from the stands, you know, that's the one that's killer looking. He's presented to a high level. He's fresher than the steers in 2 and 3. He's got the best rib cage. His muscle pattern is impressive. Just standing, I mean, that one walks away with it for sure. We asked the cattle to lead. He's just ever so slightly a little tighter and not quite just maybe as long in his stride, if that makes sense, as the one in second. Doesn't reach quite as far up front, doesn't flex quite as good from behind. Like to see him maybe just a touch more athletic as he goes. But man, that is a quality show steer standing in front of us. Congratulations to the young man on a good one. The one I like on the move is the young ladies in second. So much just reach and flex up front. Love the lay and angle of his shoulder and how he gets out there. That steer's a little more flexible in his hock. Really like him in his pasture, and that steer's got an advantage in terms of bone as well. And if we just rank the cattle exclusively on muscle, he probably has just the most product in the class. I mean, he is massive top, extra impressive from behind. The longer that it goes, that steer just comes apart a little bit. He's bigger, more open at the point of his shoulder, not hooked up as strong down his top line or as level out through his hip. Just gonna get a little nitpicky on one that I like a great deal of to be second in this particular class. Congratulations to the young lady. I wish we could see the steer in third on his best day attitude-wise. I really think there's a world of good to that particular show steer. He's just not cooperating for today. Look at that thing's muscle and shape and behind his shoulder, the power out through his hip and his stifle. I love him in the shape of his rib cage. underneath. He maybe doesn't balance quite as well. He's a little more set out of there in his chest in relation to how he comes back in his forerib and into his flank. Just throws his balance off a little from the side, and his personality is really not helping his cause today. Good steer. We'll go ahead and leave him in third. Man, this young man's, I wish he just wasn't quite so big. I think there's just a world of quality and good in that kind of cattle. That steer's awesome in his muscle. He's correct in his finish. He's right in his rib cage. Got enough stoutness a feature. Be honest, he's just a little on the big side for me, but that is a very nice steer. Young lady's gray one that's going to come out next, just good in terms of shape and muscle, big in behind his shoulder and out through his hip. He's got a nice turn in his stifle. The cattle above him balance just a little better. That one rounds out through his hip and gets underneath himself. Young lady here in the red shirt, I like this steer just in terms of his freshness that he offers in some places. That steer lines out nice down his top and out through his hip. Just a little tighter maybe in his rib cage and just not as much to him. Young man in the cowboy hat, a similar thing could be said for him. I think this steer, he's the odd one of the bunch. He doesn't just mass up like some of these other cattle do. Needs to have more rib cage and muscle, but I like that steer on the go. He's got some presence and look about him. The black and white steer that's going to come out next, probably a shot better in the shape of his forerib, certainly better in terms of his upper top width and power. That one's just a little plain and stale. The young lady's black and white when it comes out next. I don't know how much more bone and feature you could put in one. He's huge-footed and really stout at the ground. Just a little short coupled all the way through and throws his balance just a smidge. Young man's big steer that's going to round out the class has got some feature and length and extension. Looks like that one's maybe been held just a little in his center body cavity, not quite as fresh all the way. Good class, though. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Placings in our Class 3 of Americans. In 10th place was Jack Stewartson from San Saba County, 4-H. In 9th, Stratton Schertz from Ropes FFA. In 8th, Kennedy Weatherford from Tom Green County, 4-H. In 7th, Kylie Barnett, Fisher County, 4-H. In 6th, Mally Hinkhouse, Wall FFA. In 5th, from Lynn County 4-H was Gentry Askew. And in 4th, Kelton Carver, Hale County 4-H. In 3rd, Julie Hendricks, Nolan County 4-H. In 2nd was Jayton Myers from O'Donnell FFA. And in 1st was Farron Speck, Tom Green County 4-H. Now in our arena is our judging of our champion and reserve champion American breeds and crosses. Out of our lightweight division, we have Kennedy Poe from Stephenville FFA. From our medium weight was Addison Poe from Erath County 4-H. And from Class 3 was Farron Speck from Tom Green County 4-H. Our second place from the lightweight division was Nakota Grace Whitefield from Fisher County 4-H. From our medium weight was Sadie Schimmelfinning from Atascosa County 4-H. And from Class 3 was Jayton Myers from O'Donnell FFA.
That was a good lineup when we get out here to select for our champion in our first division. Really like these class winners and seconds. Just briefly, I think the world of the lightweight. I really do, and I wish that steer maybe wasn't so light. That's just all there is to it. That's my main criticism of him. He doesn't weigh 1,100 pounds yet, but man, quality-wise, if you can't appreciate that one, I mean, that is a high-quality show steer. Build, balance, structure, muscle, composition, rib cage. I mean, that is a very, very nice one. Again, just a little on the light side maybe yet today, but I think the world of that one. The steer that wins that second class, you know, we talked his advantages, and I still think he does all those things to a high level. Really good in his structure, really proportionate in his build, deceivingly stout in terms of his muscle up high. Really just a fault-free good one, I think, that wins that second class. In relation to a few, maybe we don't have the stifle shape and just the overwhelming mass in our hip and base width, but that's a very, very nice one to win that second class. One that wins that third class, we just got done talking about him. I mean, just killer looking from the side. So right on in the way that he's presented today. Young man will have our champion in this division. Congratulations. Young lady brings that second in, and just briefly, like we talked, I mean, feet and legs and structure and stoutness and muscle and power. He does all those things. You know, he maybe not just quite as neat up front or quite as well in the way that he's put together. So I do think there's some decision between these cattle and maybe some back and forth on them, but a very nice lineup. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors. Young lady that was second in that class will have reserve. Congratulations.
Your champion American will be Farron Speck from Tom Green County 4-H, and your reserve champion was Jayton Myers from O'Donnell FFA. We will now go into our judging of our British breeds. In our lightweight class, we have 29 exhibitors, weight range from 1050 to 1169. Exhibitors in this class are Rhett Williams, Zephyr FFA, Maylee Woodworth, Lockhart FFA, Jet Ferris, Nazareth FFA, Season Runyon from Coke County 4-H, Jacob Alba, Coleman County 4-H, Kate Nash, Davenport FFA, Peyton Badke, Davenport FFA, Frida Valanka, Dublin FFA, Nakota Grace Whitefield from Fisher County 4-H, Paisley Nutt, Floydada FFA, Brylan Frerick, Glasscock County 4-H, Addie Limburg, Marion FFA, Tori Wyatt, Navarro FFA, Jace Rivera, Kent County 4-H, Madeline Ducherm, Kinney County 4-H, Preston Borkstedt, Martin County 4-H, Davis Johnson, Mason County 4-H, Kately Castillo, Lone FFA, Landry Austin, Parker County 4-H, Corley Ballou, Runnels County 4-H, Kenya Boone, Runnels County 4-H, Ryan Stewart, Scurry County 4-H, Lennon Holloway, Taylor County 4-H, Luke Kalina, Wall FFA, Steele Struby, Tom Green County 4-H, Eliana Breadlove, Tom Green County 4-H, Channing McGee, Tom Green County 4-H, and Jordan Watson, Schlacker County 4-H. Heads up, we have a loose steer.
And I'm on this side, not so cool. How are you doing? Good. How are you?
Attention in the barn, go ahead and bring up your Class 2 British. Class 2 British.
As we get into our class, first class here in our lightweight British, I think a good way to start this division off. We've got some good cattle that we've pulled in and young folks that are trying real hard along the side here and bring us a nice set. Let's go ahead and we'll start exiting there. Young lady, yep, lead us off there. I think a Hereford marked one that's got some extension and length up front. Wish we could stouten that one up just a little bit in his hind quarter and his stifle. Kind of a shorthorn colored one here that's got a lot of just mass and dimension. Wish we could see him just a little fresher, better shape. Red steer there that lines out really nice. Gets a little frailer maybe in his feature and down at the ground. Shorthorn marked one there really good in his top line and out through his hip. Compositionally, maybe that one's just a little bit concerning. Young lady's kind of red and white, shorthorn looking one that comes next. Big in his upper hip and shapely in his stifle. He's just a little too straight up and down and tight moving off of either end. Young lady's Hereford steer here I think's probably better in his forerib and in his heart. Steer's just a little bit narrow and closed up. The young lady there with the wooden show stick, love that one on the standstill in terms of his muscle and his power and his shape. Compositionally, he's really good. That steer's just got to move better and be better in the lower part of his body cavity. Young man here in the cowboy hat, extra stout and powerful, just a little round off of both ends. Red steer there wanting to go out. Steer is probably smoother in his shoulder and better out his top line than some, just not quite stout enough. Hereford mark steer there lines out really good on the profile, extra smooth in his transitions. Just got to see that one with more expression and shape. White steer there, really level and square, a little too straight and ill-structured. Kind of a shorthorn one coming out next. I like his forerib and all those things about him. Steer could just be fresher in his presentation. Young lady there in the green jacket. Steer's got some expression when you study him from behind. Little peaked right there up high. Young lady in the fancy bow. Steer's got some shape there in his forerib, just too straight in terms of his structure. Black steer's good compositionally. Just need to see that one come with more feature and bone. Really expressive and stout one. Young lady there in the lighter colored shirt. That steer too is just a little stiff and ill moving. Steer that's going to come out next, young lady in the jacket's probably longer striding, just a little stale. And the steer that rounds out the class, a lot of just mass there, but compositionally need to be just a shot better. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Good class here, and I think, the young man's Hereford, he was always towards the top, in my opinion. Right from the get-go, he comes in, and of the set, he moves as good as any of them. He's got as much structural integrity as any of them, and I think you dig into him. That steer is a good and athletic in his rib cage shape. He's true in his forerib. He's dimensional up high and stout from behind. He balances out nice from the side. Maybe a touch more chest than I'd prefer at this stage in his weight class, but a good quality class winner. Congratulations to the young man on doing a nice job. You know, the steer in second didn't maybe hit me right away a little bit. He's kind of that yellower, lighter color, and he doesn't just reach out and grab you. But the longer that you dig into that one, there's a lot of good in that particular steer. In relation to our class winner, he's a little fresher, more attractive up front, tucks his chest up tighter into his body, he's a little more extended about his head and neck, ties it higher and more correct on the upper part of his shoulder, probably takes just a little more reach out of his front end as well. And I really like that steer's progression of width from in behind his shoulder to out to his hip. Like how he gets wider as he goes. Just doesn't start with enough oomph up front. Doesn't have near the shape in behind his shoulder. A little frailer in his feature as well in relation to our class winner. Go ahead and leave that one there in second. Young man, if we could do away with your steer's swelling in his hock joints, you'd have the class winner. I just can't quite get around that. That steer has got as much look and presence, as much muscle shape and forerib, very athletic in his rib cage, right on in his composition, fed extremely well and a lot of front end quality. Man, you get around behind that one, it's just too much swelling in his hocks for me. Going to go ahead and leave that one in third. The steer that's going to come out into fourth is just a very user-friendly, what you see is what you get, good kind of a steer. He's good structured, he's got enough balance and quality, steer's got enough muscle, all things he checks the box of being just really solid in every area. Problem is, those steers in front of him do things to a higher level, not quite as neat up front, a little more set out in his shoulder, stouting him up just a little bit down his top. But that's just a good, solid steer to go ahead and be setting there in fourth. Young lady, if your steer would just track inside himself a little better from behind, I like a lot of things about this Shorthorn marked one. Fantastic in his rib cage. I like his chest in relation to his forerib and heart. Neckties in high, really level down his top line. Massive top and a big hip. Awesome look when she gets him stopped and presented. Man, that one wants to go from behind, though. He'll throw those legs out and just track outside himself. Need to see that steer hit the surface with more coordination and functionality. I like him there where he stands. The Hereford steer coming out next. If we just catch that one directly from behind, appreciate just an aggressive groove and shape coming out of the backside of his shoulder. Some stoutness of feature, foot size, and bone to go along with that. Lower body cavity throws his balance off, though. Runs too tight back up into his flank. Opposite could be said about the red steer. Just a world of body and all those things. Compositionally, maybe he's just a little bit concerning. Like to tone that steer down in his fat cover. The Shorthorn is better in that regard, probably just a little more athletic in his look all the way. That one will get a little more tilted upright in his shoulder and knee angle, wants to toe out a little bit more than I'm comfortable with up front. Two black steers that round out the class. Young man's, I think, just goes with a little more comfort and ease, particularly out of his front end. Takes a little longer stride. That one's just a little plain in his shape. Young lady's probably just a little more aggressive in the upper part of her hip. Wants to be just a little straight up and down, but a good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Placings in our Class 1 of our British breed lightweight. In 10th place was Kate Nash from Davenport FFA. 9, Rhett Williams, Zephyr FFA. In 8th was Landry Austin, Parker County 4-H. In 7th, Luke Kalina, Wall FFA. In 6th, Channing McGee, Tom Green County 4-H. In 5th was Brylan Frerick, Glasscock County 4-H. In 4th, Jacob Alba, Coleman County 4-H. In 3rd was Jet Ferris, Nazareth FFA. In 2nd, Peyton Batke, Davenport FFA. And in 1st was Kaysen Runyon, Coke County 4-H. Now entering our arena will be our medium weight British breeds. There's 26 in this class. Weight range from 1180 to 1315. Exhibitors are Nina Gotcher from Bangs FFA, Hadley Sumrall, Bront FFA, Hubbard Kinsley, Coralie County 4-H, Lily Kinsley, Coralie County 4-H, Charles Belt, Coralie County 4-H, Brindley Boston, Ellis County 4-H, Brody Whitston, Huckabee FFA, Brock Gass, Glasscock County 4-H, Roper Gass, Glasscock County 4-H, Jet Nicholas James, Grayson County 4-H, Alexander Jonas, Navarro FFA, Lauren Winnick from Toller FFA, Braden Ford, Kinney County 4-H, Evan Adams, Lamar County 4-H, Slade Smathers, Llano County 4-H, Hudson Robertson, Idalou FFA, Ryan Stewart, Scurry County 4-H, Summit Askew from Lynn County 4-H, Emma Salinas, Eagle Pass FFA, Braden Hoppy from Runnels County 4-H, Haley Homan, Merkel FFA, Sarai Wheeler, Wall FFA, Brianna Gibbs, Tom Green County 4-H, Dylan Garrett, Nueces County 4-H, and Wilder Hager from Mundy FFA.
Well, if we had a blue one, we'd have about every size and shape and color out here. An interesting class to kind of dig through and navigate about, but young folks that are certainly trying extra hard and deserving of a little bit of recognition. Young man, go ahead and lead us off here. I think a red steer that's interesting on the standstill in terms of his muscle pattern on the upper part of his skeleton. On the go, he falls apart just a little bit in terms of being straighter and tighter in his movement. Young man's Hereford steer gets out and handles himself pretty well up front, just a little flatter and narrower than I'd like him to be. The young lady's Hereford steer coming out next. Got enough stoutness of feature and things like that, just a little round and plainer off of both ends. Young man in the fast tennis shoes there, really a long-bodied steer, just needs to be stoutened up and more dimensional. Young lady's shorthorn steer there, really strong in his top line, just a little too narrow and flat. The red steer here, excellent in the shape of his rib, not quite right in his lower body cavity and his chest, forerib, and heart. Black steer looks like he was really easy to feed and definitely got enough fat cover. Composition maybe needs to be better and stouten that one up in terms of his muscle. Better one there in terms of composition and freshness is the shorthorn that comes next. Just a little flat in his muscle pattern. This young lady's, I thought about pulling this one. I love his upper mass. He's so stout in behind his shoulder and coming down his top. Just on the go, he tightens there in his hip loin and not quite flexible enough in his hock and pastern. The Hereford steer coming next. One of the sounder, better built ones probably this particular class. He just starts a little narrow and closed up all the way. The shorthorn marked one there has got some muscle and power, just too straight and stilty. The black one's the same way. Really like the aggressive shape there in his forerib and his muscle. Little extra in the set of his hock and more pushed out in his chest. Shorthorn marked one there, really big up high, extra stout in his feature, little small in his foot, not quite right in his pastern. Red steer there's dimensional from behind, little stale and mature up front. Shorthorn marked one here, a long-sided level spine steer, just a little flat in his muscle. Steer that rounds out the class, not quite as comfortable off of his rear too, wants to limp just a little. Good class though, congratulations to all of those exhibitors.
Attention in the barn, Peyton Lucio, McCullough County 4-H, we need your steer. Heavyweight, bring him up.
You get to the top end of this class, it's just as interesting as it's been the whole time, and there's some things you could do and some places you could put your priorities and scramble this one around a little. Maybe contrary to a few of the classes we've had, I think there's, some discussion that could be had up here on the top end. The main kind of holdup I have with the steer that's going to win is he's just so light-skinned and just kind of deceiving and hard to look at first. And honestly, probably from ringside, he doesn't look that stout because of that. His color pattern is distracting. You get right up on that one, though. There's quite a bit of steer there all the same. I'm not going to say that he's stouter than the one in second or in third, but there's plenty of steer there. He's big enough behind his shoulder and out through his hip, big enough in his stifle, and really at the end of the day, he is just put together better than the one that's going to be in second. His shoulder, fore-rib transition is so much smoother. His neck attachment is higher and more correct. I just think there's more balance and quality to that steer when you study him from the side. And just a nice steer. And I guess as I'm out here, I'll just tell you, what's going through my mind. I'm thinking, all right, if he's the same color and the same presentation as that steer in second, there's absolutely no debate that he wins this class. And so at the end of the day, he is going to go ahead and win, and I think that's a nice steer. Congratulations to the young man. Young man in second's just hustling out here. There's no doubt about that. And he brings us a stoutie. I mean, big muscle. That steer's got as much true width and dimension as probably anything that's come through the ring. Massive topped, enormous in his hip and stifle, really expressive in his rib cage, and just so much stoutness and power there. And interestingly enough, he handles it pretty well. I mean, you know, one that's going to be that powerful is not just going to float around the ring out here. But I do think that he handles his muscle pretty dang well. I just cannot get around that steer's shoulder. He's really big up front there, doesn't blend it quite as correctly and attractively into his forerib. And so at the end of the day, I am going to go ahead and leave that one second. But that's an interesting duo of them there. We could talk about them two for a long time. Painted shorthorn looking one that's going to come out into third. I think he just kind of defaults there. If you like this one, you probably like him to win the class for his stoutness of feature, just massive amount of muscle in his stifle and quarter, really good in his rib cage. To be honest with you, he's just not my speed. He's a little quicker in his maturity pattern, shorter in his cannon. Just doesn't have kind of the stylish look that I want. So I'm going to go ahead and leave him third. I do appreciate all the things that one does. Yeah, you know, the shorthorn marked one that's going to come out next, really 4, 5, and 6 is probably as interesting of a discussion for me as anything in this class. I like this shorthorn. He is the biggest topped one in here. There's no doubt. That steer is massive up high, really bold in his full rib. Transitions probably the best from his shoulder into his rib cage. Lines out really, really nice. Part of it's his color pattern, but man, he just does not have enough stifle and quarter. Sets to the surface a little small in terms of feature, foot size, and bone. We just got to stouten that rear part of his skeleton up from his stifle to the ground to match that up front and allow him to balance because, man, everything else that he does is to a high, high level. This young lady steer is not wanting to work with her, and she's getting everything she can out of him. There's a lot of good to appreciate here. Just the honest muscle and product that he has, his honest composition, all those things are really, really good. That steer's sound enough to beat some of these others. Balance-wise, he's just a little plain for me. I don't see the same style and eye appeal up front, not quite as fresh as a few of them. Go ahead and leave him where he stands. If we never move the cattle, I think the young man's with the cowboy hat goes up higher, and initially really appreciated his freshness of presentation, the shape in behind his shoulder, his knee up about his head and neck. That steer's muscle in his hip and stifle is really good. The longer the class goes and the more you break him down, just a little straight in his shoulder and knee, twist out up front. He doesn't have enough comfort and freedom of movement to beat those steers in front of him. The red steer that comes out next, not as fresh, not as highly presented, but man, that's just a good, fundamentally sound steer. Love his rib cage, muscle, his composition. All those things on that one are real nice. Need to see him a little fresher and more intriguing from the profile in order to move him up. We got a trio of Herefords that are going to round out this particular class. Young man that's circling his there. Man, if we could just stouten him up behind his shoulder, see him a little more aggressive in his shape, we could move that one up because there's a lot of things to appreciate in terms of length of hip and stifle shape. The young man in the cowboy hat coming out next, man, I wish that one was just better in the center part of his body. His chest is set out and he runs up tight there into his heart and his flank, throws his balance off because that steer's highly presented, does a lot of nice things. The steer that's going to round out the class, probably just a little smoother in his top line than the steer in front of him, probably got more shape right in behind his shoulder. He too's just not quite right underneath, but a really nice class. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors.
Placings for our medium weight British in 10th place was Hudson Robertson, Idalou FFA. In 9th place, Emma Salinas, Eagle Pass FFA. In 8th, Wilder Hager from Monday FFA. In 7th, Brianna Gibbs, Tom Green County 4-H. In 6th, Slade Smathers from Llano County 4-H. In 5th, Lauren Weineck from Toller FFA. In 4th was Sarara Wheeler, Wall FFA. In 3rd, Hadley Sumrall, Bront FFA. In 2nd, Jet James, Grayson County 4-H. And in 1st place, Braden Hoppy from Reynolds County 4-H. And now entering our arena is our heavyweight British. We have 28 in this class. The weight range is from $13.29 to $15.99. Exhibitors are Braxton Mims, Lubbock County 4-H, Alan Mayfield, Andrews FFA, Jolie Zimmerman, Brazos County 4-H, Taylor Simpson, Brown County 4-H, Emma Hensley, Ford County 4-H, Carlos Gomez, Southland FFA, Kaylee Miller, Navarro FFA, Emily Dingler from Brownsboro FFA, Destiny Potter, Henderson County 4-H, Kendall Hooser from Hood County 4-H, Carson Long, Kent County 4-H, Carly Rathman, Lubbock County 4-H, Kennedy Poe, Stephenville FFA, Brennan Henry, New Home FFA, Torrin Tenney, Mason County 4-H, Peyton Nuncio, McCullough County 4-H, Kaylee Fryer, McCullough County 4-H, Kaylee Smith, Devon FFA, Camden Fullwood, Nolan County 4-H, Wyatt Sapien Kirk, Parker County 4-H, Gemma Marlar, Parker County 4-H, Allison Stone, Taylor County 4-H, Lawson Dankworth, Tom Green County 4-H, Blakely Benson, Tom Green County 4-H, Ryle Meeks, Wise County 4-H, Elizabeth Romans from Wise County 4-H, and Riggin Day from Meadow FFA. to all exhibitors, all steer exhibitors, if you are a first or second place steer, be sure that you have your picture taken at the backdrop. This is what will be used at the premium sale that's being held in April. Be sure that you get those pictures taken. Anyone else who is wanting a picture, you are welcome to have your picture taken at the backdrop at any time.
Well, I know we're taking just a little bit more time here, but everybody came to town all the same, spent the same money, so that's kind of how it's going to be in some of these situations. But as we, applaud these young folks that have brought some steers to us today, go ahead, young lady, you'll lead us out, all right? She's doing an excellent job getting that steer shown. Like his top line levelness and his presentation from that regard. Just got to see that one a little fresher in his muscle shape. Red and white steers just chock full of power, maybe just a little stale and overdone. Similar could be said for the red steer there. A lot of body, a lot of just product, a little fatter maybe than he needs to be. Ultra big muscled one comes out next. Rock forward just a little bit in his shoulder and knee. Little trimmer composition one. I like that about the red one that comes next. A little plain, maybe an off balance. A black steer that handles himself pretty well as he goes around the ring. Little stale up front, needs to be more aggressive in his shape. Hereford marked one there that's got probably as much muscle up high as any. Funnels down low and needs to be stouter from behind. A red steer there, good in terms of his composition. Nice carcass steer, just got to go sounder off of both ends. Hereford steer that's real long-bodied, maybe not quite as proportionate as he needs to be. The young man's there that's fighting him just a little better ribbed than some, just got to be fresher in his muscle. Pair of shorthorns here that are real similar for these young ladies, extra stout and powerful, little just straighter and stiffer in terms of their movement, extra in the set of their hock. I think the black steer coming out next, looks like one that was real easy to feed, kind of frail and closed up. Young ladies Hereford there, got a lot of strength and levelness in his top line, maybe not as expressive in his muscle. Black steer here, if we leaned him up, we could appreciate his front end quality, just a little too fat for me. A red steer there sure got a lot of bone and power, just a little harder in his body and tighter in his movement. Hereford that's going to kind of close us out here. A lot of just center rib. Maybe that one could be a little better compositionally, but congratulations to those young folks on a nice job. Challenging class as we dig through it. However, a very, very straightforward winner. He won from the moment he came in. I do think this particular class, he is a hammer. I think without a doubt, the best muscled, best composition, best structured, best balanced, the best one. I think he wins pretty easily. Young lady's an outstanding showman as well. Congratulations to her on a pretty straightforward class winner. I think the black one follows him up pretty nice. You know, not near the feature and the bone maybe as some of these other cattle, and so takes away from his balance probably just a notch. But you forgive him for that, and you read into the good that he has. That steer ties his head and neck really high in the upper part of his shoulder. Still big as he comes back. He's right in his rib cage. He's good in his composition, sound in his structure. Quality show steer to go ahead and be second. Just nowhere near the feature, bone, and look of the one that wins this class. You know, this young lady that comes out into third, the longer and longer that the class goes on, the more that I like that one. Just his fundamentals are correct. That steer's good in his structure. He's good in his balance. He's not overly fresh, and that's kind of what distracts from him for quite a while and why he didn't make the initial poll. And I did have him lower down in the class, but man, the longer this one's out here, you just got to appreciate just the basic good that he offers and the strengths that he does have. If we freshened that one up and maybe saw him 30, 45 days ago where he's a little more aggressive in his shape, he'd probably push that black one. The black one that's going to come out into fourth, I like so many things about that one. I mean, he is big muscled down his top. Probably follows our class winner, the second best in that regard. A big top, big hip, big stifled, so many good things with him. Structurally, that steer's a little straight in his shoulder and knee, runs a little tight back into his flank. He just doesn't quite have it for me. I love his power and his muscle and his composition. Just like to tweak him off at either end and see him just go a little more comfortably. The Hereford marked one that's going to come out next probably corrects those issues. A little better in the angle of his shoulder and the set of his knee. Takes a better reach out of his front end. That steer just gets a little stale all the way as he goes back. Not quite enough shape and just presence in that one, but a nice steer. The young man's is better in that regard. It's here in the cowboy hat. He's got more expression in behind his shoulder. He's a little shapelier in through his stifle. That steer wants to get a little small-footed down at the ground and a little more rigid and upright in his pastern. I don't know if that one's rib cage is quite as good either. I'd like to see him just a little truer in his forerib and heart. That's a strength that the young ladies has that's going to come out next. I really like that steer's boldness. I think he's better in his underlying balance and in relation to where his chest, forerib, and flank set in him. I think those are all really good things. He gets a little pinch there in his hip loin when you ask him to go and just not as comfortable on the move. Like to tweak him from that standpoint. A trio of black ones going to come out next. I think that are good cattle. The young man's here, a lot of product and power, a little bit stale up front, a little past his maturity endpoint. Young ladies is better in that regard, a little more aggressive there in his shape. Kind of harder in the center part of his body than maybe ideal. I don't know that that one's quite as balanced as he needs to be underneath. Steer that's going to round out this class, really smooth in his make and correct from that standpoint. That one's just a little mature in his head, neck, and chest, needs to be a little better in his shape. Nice class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Placings in our heavyweight British class. In 10th place was Gemma Marler from Parker County 4-H. In 9th, Taylor Simpson from Brown County 4-H. In 8th, Wyatt Sapien Kirk from Parker County 4-H. In 7th, was Carly Rathman, Lubbock County 4-H. In 6th, Brennan Henry, New Home FFA. In 5th was Braxton Mims, Lubbock County 4-H. In 4th, Kendall Hooser from Hood County 4-H. In 3rd, Allison Stone, Taylor County 4-H. In 2nd, Jolie Zimmerman from Brazos County 4-H. And in 1st, Kennedy Poe from Stephenville FFA. And now coming into our arena will be our judging for our champion and reserve champion British. Coming out of our lightweight class was Kason Runyon from Coke County 4-H. From our medium weight was Braden Hoppy from Runnels County 4-H. And from our heavyweight was Kennedy Poe from Stephenville FFA. Coming in are our second place steers from our lightweight division was Peyton Badke from Davenport FFA. From our medium weight was Jet James from Grayson County 4-H. And our second place heavyweight was Jolie Zimmerman from Brazos County 4-H.
A good lineup out here in our British division, and I think, a little maybe more challenge as we had some of these classes than maybe our previous division, but you got to be pleased with the class winners and seconds when they get out here. I think a good solid set of cattle all the way through, and I think there's maybe some debate in which one goes reserve. I do think we've had really obvious one to win that's pretty straightforward, but again, congratulations to all of our exhibitors in this breed. Young lady circling our heavyweight's going to be champion. Congratulations to her. As we bring that second in, we'll just visit about these just a little. I think that champion was pretty straightforward and obvious, in my opinion at least. The Hereford that wins our lightweight class, a lot of quality similar to our other division. I mean, just break that one down for what he is. That's a good steer. He comes to us in a small, lighter weight package, but just quality steer. He's good enough structured and balanced. Got a nice muscle pattern and rib cage. Young man's doing a good job of getting him presented. Obviously on the lighter side of things, but a good quality show steer. One that wins that second class. We talked to him, man, we just changed his color pattern just a little bit, and he'd really shine because that's a good balance, good looking one that's right on in terms of his muscle pattern, high quality show steer. And then the one that was second to our champion, we talked to him just briefly a minute ago, just a good solid fundamental steer. Maybe doesn't have the feature and bone to go along with it, but we sure like a lot of good things. Second best one's a young man out of class 2. He'll be reserved. Congratulations.
Your champion British comes out of the heavyweight class, Kennedy Poe from Stephenville FFA, and your reserve champion British from the medium weight was Braden Hoppy, Runnels County 4-H. As we take a break just a minute, we'll remind you that we will complete the judging of the Black European breeds and crosses, which will be our next division. Upon completion of that, we will take a lunch break. We'll let you know what time we'll be back in just a little bit. Attention in the steer barn, Tinley Brown, Eustis FFA, we need you in the holding area, your class is going in. Now entering our arena is our Black Europeans and breeds and crosses in the lightweight class. We have 23. The weight range is from 1015 to 1239. Exhibitors in this class are Corbin Kahn from Smithville FFA, Dylan Dew from Luling FFA, Kyla Collins, Eula FFA, Mackenzie Garcia, Robert Lee FFA, Caden Sumrall, Bront FFA, Jacob Alba, Coleman County 4-H, Kaylee Yant, Irion County 4-H, Nolan Kinsley, Coralie County 4-H, Tinley Brown, Eustis FFA, Logan Engel, Lynn County 4-H, Cheyenne Ashbrook, Lynn County 4-H, Savannah Martin, Palo Pinto County 4-H, Will Christian, Runnels County 4-H, Cole Kellemeyer, Runnels County 4-H, Harper Simpson, Merkel County FFA, Carter Aldridge, Tom Green County 4-H, Eliana Breedlove, Tom Green County 4-H, Creed Speck, Tom Green County 4-H, Wyatt Turner, Wise County 4-H, William Lewis, Kinney County 4-H, and Elton Caldwell from Pflugerville FFA.
As we get started here in our next division, a good lineup and some good steers all the way down through. Young man, go ahead and lead us off. I think young set of kids do an excellent job out here getting them shown. A black steer here, really smooth and correct in his transitions. A little maybe more on the quicker maturity pattern side than I like, but a good steer there for the young man. The one coming out next, maybe a little more acceptable there in terms of some length and extension, but with that, he's maybe not quite finished and quite correct yet in the center part of his body. Young lady there with the fancy jacket, that one's got enough muscle there in the upper side of his skeleton. Just need to see that one a little more stylish and attractive up front. You know, the young man here in the cowboy hat thought about pulling this one on the profile in terms of neck attachment, strength of top line, and levelness of hip. A little too flat all the way through in his muscle pattern. Young man there in the blue shirt, that steer's got a lot of bone and feature and width across his stifle. He's just a little round and open there in his shoulder, not quite attractive enough up front. Steer that comes out next, young lady in the multicolored shirt, just extra stout and powerful. Maybe a little too much in that moderate package. He gets a little rounded underneath himself. Young lady there in the purple's got a big, long, extended one. A little flatter, maybe more closed up, and he'd have to be. Black and white one looks like he's really easy to feed, but with that, maybe licking his maturity and composition. At this stage there of the game, young man steer there, I think that one's good and sound structured, obviously, as he trots around the ring here. Maybe that one could be just a little more aggressive in his shape. Young man here in the cowboy hat, that steer's progression of width is nice, just needs to start with more oomph and power up front. Young lady there in the cowboy hat, that steer's got a lot of just mass, a little too moderate and quick for me. Nice set of them, congratulations. Big fan club. Nice class here as we start off this first division, and I think very obvious class winner in my opinion. I will get it out there. I don't just love how he sets down on those rear two. He's just a little bit soft and kind of rolls them a little, but the other 98% of him is without a doubt the best. A quality show steer. It's got a look and a presence about him, and even though he's not perfect down there, I still think that steer moves as good as anything. That steer's shoulder angle, his muscle pattern, his rib cage at this stage of the game. Got an awesome look and presence about him. Really high quality class winner. I told the young man I apologize for not pulling him right away because I thought about it and I should have just done it. But his rib cage and muscle pattern, his composition, he's athletic in the center part of his body. Attaches his neck really high and correct to the upper part of his shoulder. That steer's got a world of balance and just presence here. You know, in relation to the one that wins, his shoulder's just a little bit more forward. He'll toe out ever so slightly, and he's just not quite as good in the reach out of his front end. Good quality steer. Congratulations to those two exhibitors on being at the top of this class. You know, if we just took this black and white one from the center part of his shoulder back, he could win it. That steer has got a little bit more just ump to him up high than the one that wins. He's a little better in his rib cage and a little sounder than the one that's in second. You know, he's just got a little bit not as attractive of a head and neck as maybe we'd like to put in one. But I mean, from there back, a good steer. He's good muscled, he's good ribbed, he's good structured. Quality steer. Just got to see him with a little bit more eye appeal. The one that comes into fourth, if we just muscle him out, man, he would win this class with ease. That is an extra stout, big-time dimensional one. It's massive in behind his shoulder and his pin set. He's without a doubt the widest and truest in his base width. Fantastic rib cage. With all that extra, he's just not put together quite as neatly. That steer will open up a little bit at the base of his shoulder, rock forward in his knee. And the biggest thing is he just wants to be a little unstable in how he handles his hock and pastern. Good steer. That the young man brings us. Just a nice kind of user-friendly one. Comes in both 5 and 6. I think those cattle are just very similar in what they do right. Young man's here that's predominantly black is just so smooth made. His transitions are effortless from front to back. Steer's got no soundness of structure. There's cattle in front of him a little more exotic in their shape, a little more impressive in their muscle. That's what's going to plague him down here farther in the class, but just a real good one. I think the black and white steer, you know, the longer that the class goes on, the more we appreciate his structural integrity, his foot presence, and all those things down at the ground that just allow him to get out and go with ease. His angle of shoulder and his knee is good. You know, maybe his rib cage and center body's not as athletic at this stage of the game. We could see that steer just a shot better compositionally. Predominantly black one that the young man's showing, man, he is built good. That steer's got a nice presence and a nice structure to him. That steer's high quality from that standpoint. He probably, of the class, gives up as much muscle as any of them, particularly in behind his shoulder. I love the basic fundamentals. We just got to see more market animal muscle and power. I think the young man's here with the nose ring that comes out next. I like that steer, and he is more dimensional up high. I think you take him to the ground, he's a little frail in his feature and foot size will leave him there where he stands. Black steer that comes out next, really good in the shape of his stifle. He's bold and true in his full rib. That one's a little staler already, maybe pushing just a shot more chest. Black and white steer that rounds out the class. He got here just in terms of muscle and power. Need to rearrange the rear third of his skeleton and see him just a little longer and truer there in his hip. But a good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results of our lightweight Black European Cross. In 10th place was William Lewis, Kinney County 4-H. In 9th, Eliana Breedlove from Tom Green County 4-H. In 8th, Carter Aldridge, Tom Green County 4-H. In 7th, Creed Speck, Tom Green County 4-H. In 6th, Elton Caldwell, Pflugerville FFA. In 5th, Caden Summerall, Bront FFA. In 4th, Nolan Kinsley, Coralie County 4-H. In 3rd, Dylan Dew, Luling FFA. In second, Cole Kellemeyer, Runnels County 4-H. And in first, Harper Simpson from Merkel FFA. Now entering our ring is our medium weight black European crosses. There are 22 in the class, weight range from 1253 to 1400. The exhibitors are Jalen Lamb, Bandera County 4-H, Emily Durbin, Nazareth FFA, Brooke Yanaro, Columbus FFA, Brayley Heiser from Dallam-Hartley County 4-H, Cooper Marsh, Deaf Smith County 4-H, Macy Jemlerovic from Roby FFA, I apologize, Kylie Leggett from Byron Steele, Rayleigh Loack from Haskell FFA, Riley Coco from Hayes County 4-H, Jackson Hole from Albany FFA, Cannon Buckner from Ropes FFA, Peyton Nuncio from McCullough County 4-H, Zane Fritz, Medina County 4-H, Cutter Petchacek, sorry, Scurry County 4-H, Harper Simpson, Merkel FFA, Tucker Clabron from Merkel FFA, Steele Struby, Tom Green County 4-H, Lawson Dankworth, Tom Green County 4-H, Driscoll Aiken, Tom Green County 4-H, Mitchell Pace, Iowa Park FFA, Connor Lyles, Williamson County 4-H, and Trenton Garrett from Nueces County 4-H.
Nice class. A lot of good steers in here, I think, and really maybe different than some of the classes. There's a lot of still muscle left, if that makes sense, and so we get to dig into some other things beyond just making them stout and powerful, and kind of get into some of the neater things to talk about. But these young folks are doing a great job. Young lady, go ahead and lead us off. I really think this steer here, big up high and out through his hip. Just got to change that one underneath. His chest falls out of him in relation to his heart and flank. Young lady that's going to come out next. I love that one. Smoothness from his shoulder to his forearm. Maybe a little more moderate there in his size and not maybe as attractive up front. Young man here in the red vest, a steer that really gets out and takes a long forward-reaching stride. Love that about him. Little stale and past his end point and about as the crest of his neck. Similar story. I thought about pulling this steer just in terms of stoutness and power and rib cage and composition. Just a little too jammed up all the ways, a little lower to the ground, shorter and coarser there in his neck. If we just judge the cattle on the standstill and or on the rail, this young man's here, he'd be as good as any of them. His composition is outstanding. He's done an excellent job of feeding him. Big muscle. That steer just wants to be a little too straight up front. He's upright and popping on those pasterns. Need to tweak that about him. Young man here in the cowboy hat's got one that's really smooth in his make and level in his top line. Got to have a shot more shape and expression. Young lady's here is big in terms of his stifle and quarter. Too stilty and straight up and down off of both ends. Young lady in the orange sweater there, one that's got a nice rib cage shape, ultra fresh in his presentation from a composition standpoint. A little too round and opened up off of both ends. Young man there in the cowboy hat's got one that's still trim and lean. That steer's not quite ready in terms of his rib cage, his heart, and his flank. Young man here is doing a good job of getting this steer shown. I like his levelness out through his top. Steer's a little flatter there in his rib and frailer at the ground. Young lady steer there has got one that's big stifled. He's just a little too round. Young lady with the fancy jacket here, extra stout and powerful, just a little coarse and opened up. Nice class. Congratulations to those kids. Nice class, best class of the day from top to bottom, and all you excuse good steers as well. And I think we've got a class winner that comes to us as one that's my speed in a lot of ways. I think that steer, you know, his alertness, if you will, certainly helps him show off his presentation and his balance and the way that his front end is assembled and sets up really high and correct. That steer's got an awesome look here from the profile, and he combines that presence into a stout package. I mean, that one is right on in his rib cage, outstanding in his composition, comes to us real fresh in his muscle pattern and dimension. So much power from behind. His advantage over the one in second, such a bigger stifle, more bone down to the ground. It's just very, very high quality class winner. Extra tight in his sheath to go along with it. Very good one to go ahead and lead off with. Congratulations to the young man. I like the one in second, and really nothing was going to run with these two in this particular class the whole time. It's a good, solid show steer that just puts a lot of good things together. Checks the box in terms of muscle, composition, pretty good structure, pretty good balance. He does all things to a pretty good level. Not as neat to look at up front. He's a little duller in his personality, which probably doesn't help just his look and eye appeal to be quite at the same level as our class winner. My main holdup and why I'm comfortable with him in second, a little narrower across his stifle, not quite as clean in his joint, and just a little frailer in his feature on his rear tube. We change that about him, and that duo becomes real, real fun to dig into. Nice quality second place. Congratulations to the young man. This young lady's outstanding on the end of a show stick that's going to come into third, and she gets everything she can out of this one. He's not as fresh and presented quite to the same level just in terms of being just jet black and some things like that. That's a good steer. He's actually probably more impressive in his muscle pattern, a little stouter in his feature than the one that's in second. Love him in his rib cage. That steer will set out just a little bit in his chest, get a little shorter in his neck, and just ever so slightly underneath himself as he goes. Quality steer to be there in third. Young lady steer that's going to come out into fourth, the Brockle-headed one. It's a good steer. I mean, just fundamentally correct. I love his composition. Very athletic in his rib cage and expressive in his muscle. I don't know that that one is just quite as just flexible off at either end, and particularly his hind two wants to be a little stiff and permanent in his hock and pastern. We just placed the cattle off of muscle and power, and this young man's might be as good as any of them. Massive top, huge hip and stifle. He has the most bone probably to any steer in this class. Just a little coarser up front, not near as good in his head and his neck, a little tighter back in his flank. We got a pair of them here that need to be better in their body. Young ladies that's going to come out next, man, there's some times I catch a viewpoint on that steer and think, man, that one needs to be all the way up into third because the way that he's built, angle of his shoulder and his knee, the length of his hip, the set of his hock and his pastern, that steer's got enough muscle. I'm just distracted by the way that his center body is still too immature yet. He's flatter in his forerib, tighter in his heart, and a little shallower back into his flank. That just throws that steer's balance off and doesn't allow him to run with those directly in front of him. You know, this steer that comes out next, man, if we could just stouten him up just in his head and his bone and some things like that, he just looks a little Sally out here because that steer's got a lot of muscle. He's got a lot in terms of his rib cage. He's so flexible and good there in his structure. Just doesn't quite match in his head shape and some things like that. This is the hard one in the class, this black and white one there. You know, and there's times where like, man, that steer does so many good things. The way his underline is constructed, his rib cage, his freshness. He is presented as well as those top two steers. I just cannot get over that steer getting outside of himself as he goes away from behind. It's a little distracting for me. And quite honestly, in this lineup, he's a little moderate in order to run with some of these bigger steers. I think the steer that's coming out next, he's just missing a good skin and hair job. That steer's a little just kind of faded out in his black color. I love his structure. I love his soundness and his fluidity of movement. He's just a little plainer in his muscle and not quite just as flashy to look at. Young man that's going to round out the class. I think a steer that's extra good in the angles of his shoulder, really reaches up front. He too's just a little plainer in his head and rougher in his tail head. Good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Our placings for our medium weight black European cross class. In 10th place, Tucker Clyburn from Merkel FFA. In ninth, Peyton Nuncio from McCullough County 4-H. In eighth, Jackson Hull from Albany FFA. No, I'm sorry. In eighth place, Cannon Buckner, Ropes FFA. In seventh, Lawson Dankworth from Tom Green County 4-H. In sixth, Macy Hilmerovic from Roby FFA. In fifth, Cutter Pachek from Scurry County 4-H. In fourth, Emily Durbin, Nazareth FFA. In third, Jalen Lamb, Bandera County 4-H. In second, Connor Lyles, Williamson County 4-H. And in first, Cooper Marsh from Deaf Smith County 4-H. Now coming into our ring will be our final class of our Black European crosses, our heavyweights. We have 23 entries in this class. Weight ranges from 1428 to 1699. Exhibitors in this class are Elizabeth Ramones from Wise County 4-H, Aaron Cruzel from Sealy FFA, Catherine Hill, Burleson County 4-H, Brindley Boston, Ellis County 4-H, Elizabeth Norwood, Ellis County 4-H, Emma Hensley, Ford County 4-H, Kennedy Haney from Ford County 4-H, Lena Ottmers from Gillespie County 4-H, Ace Allen James from Grayson County 4-H, Jackson Hull from Albany FFA, Emily Dingler from Brownsboro FFA, Cayman Cody Toller FFA, Lauren Winnick from Toller FFA, Carly Schneider, Marion FFA, Braden Henry, New Home FFA, Jade Stone, Martin County 4-H, Lawson Fullwood, Nolan County 4-H, Mila Mustian from Santo FFA, Sterling McGee, Tom Green County 4-H, Jordan Westhoff from Williamson County 4-H, Aniston Floyd, Denver City FFA, Kylie Porter, New Waverly FFA, and Jersey Harlan, Wellman Union FFA. Again, for all of you exhibitors and also for those of you in the stands, upon completion of our judging of this heavyweight class and then our champion in reserve of our black crosses, we will be taking a lunch break. We'll let you know what time we'll be returning as soon as we get a little closer.
big steers out here for sure, and these young folks are doing a good job. Young lady, go ahead and lead us off. We'll talk a little bit about them. I think black and white steer heading out, at this age, in terms of weight class, really a trim steer that's held his cutability good, maybe a little bit to his detriment in terms of being a little tighter in the center part of his body. The young man's black and white steer there, really just impressive in terms of the smoothness from his shoulder into his forerib. Plenty of muscle, a little staler, more mature, chest sets out in him just a little bit. Black steer here, I think one that gets out of his front end with a lot of comfort and ease, maybe gets up underneath himself just a little too much as he goes out the ring there. Young lady there with the black sweater. Steer's got a lot of shape and width in his top, really smooth made. Kind of not near as eye appealing as I'd like him to be up front. Young lady's black steer coming out next. Really a big extended steer, a little flatter and plainer in his muscle pattern. Black and white one here has got a nice progression of width and a big stifle, a little straight and tight off of both ends. Not about pulling the young man's here, because on the standstill you really appreciate the way he lines out. As he gets out and goes, he'll track outside of himself on his rear too. Young lady here in the red sweater, one of the better composition ones. He's a little rough across his tailhead and extra there in the set of his hock. Young lady's black steer exiting the ring, extra dimensional right in behind his shoulder. He needs to be better in his underline balance. Chest sets out in him in relation to his flank. Young lady exiting the ring now, really bold and true in his forerib. That steer too's got a little extra chest, not quite as attractive up front, a little more rigid in his pasture. And black and white steer here, I like his comfort and freedom of movement at his weight and class. I think that steer's really smooth in his make, just a little plainer in his muscle pattern. Big, long, extended black steer there. Got to be better in the center part of his body. Similar for the black steer rounding out the class. Has some muscle and expression. Needs to be better in his heart and down into his flank. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Heads up in the arena, we have a new steer.
good class, fun class to sort and to dig into, and we're going to leave some steers and 3, 4, and 5, etc. that are awfully good. You know, the young lady steer tickles my fancy pretty well. I think that one's awfully good. Just real nice. You know, I don't really care what they weigh as long as they look right. So we get into these bigger weights, and for the most part, it's a little bit irrelevant to me. And these two cattle are certainly big, but this whole class is. That's all right. I think that steer looks right on at that particular weight. He's still got a lot of eye appeal and presence and freshness up front. I think his chest sets in him good. That steer's got an awesome muscle pattern and rib cage. But where he just unloads on this class, in my opinion, is his feet and legs and his structure. He sets down the squares, the most stable and most correct, particularly in his hind two in relations to the cattle in 2, 3, and 4. He's more stable in his hock. He's square in his passer, and he just more security all the way to the surface. Very high quality show steer. I like him quite a bit to win. Now, the young man's, his presentation is absolutely second to none. He has him dialed in. That steer looks like he needs to. Oh, and you want to talk about one that is ultra stout. That is the biggest top, biggest hipped one in this class. Massive stifle, got a lot of bone, just really good. You know, we talked a little bit there, but you study that one down at the ground on his rear too. Those back feet are just a little bit small. He's a little bit unstable in that rear pastern, and you just don't see him quite as athletic out of the rear part of his body. Good quality show steer. I like him quite a bit to be there in second. This young lady that's in third would have loved to have seen this steer maybe 45 days ago. There's a lot of good things to him. He, too, is presented extremely well. You want to talk about a hip and a pin set in one, man. You step around behind that one, he is incredibly wide. And then to come with that kind of smoothness all the way through to be that wide. And I'll tell you, he doesn't handle it perfect, but he handles it pretty dang well to be that opened up. Gets just ever so slightly outside of himself. Not quite as aggressive in his shape coming out of the backside of his shoulder. Contrary to the two steers in front of him, probably starting to show just a little extra maturity, a little extra weight, maybe held on that one just a little bit to keep him there. Well, man, that's a good steer. I like him. Young lady's done an excellent job of staying true with this one. He's wanting to fight her now, but I think a steer that, man, ties his neck really high and correct on the upper part of his skeleton. Absolutely massive from there back. So bold and true in his forerib and big in his pin set. I do think he sets him down more within the plane of his skeleton when you study him from behind. I don't know that his lower body cavity balances quite as well. That steer's pushing a little more chest, runs a little tighter back into his flank. Young man's got the lightweight of the class that's going to come out into 5. That steer is just extra good in terms of his structure and his quality. Even though he's a big steer, I think it fits him right. His composition is outstanding. He's still excellent in terms of his balance. A little plainer maybe in the shape of his head and neck, and not quite as much presence and eye appeal there, but a good steer to sit where he stands. I think the young lady in the blue sweater's got a nice one coming out next. He gives up maybe some shape to the cattle on either side of him, and so it distracts from his balance just a little bit. But in terms of smoothness and how he's put together, I sure like that steer. Strength in his top line, the levelness out through his hip is extra good. If we could see him come with just a shot more shape and behind his shoulder and through his stifle, make him a little more exotic in his look, we could do more for him. The black and white steer that comes out next has that advantage, man. That guy's got a massive shape coming out of his shoulder, really big in his stifle. He'll get a little uncoordinated off of those rear two at times. He too's just a little more mature up front. This black steer, the young lady's kind of one of the better probably composition ones of the class at this particular stage and weight. I don't prefer his head and the way that it's shaped. It throws off his balance some. Steer's a little frailer in his feature as well. Young man's panda-eyed one coming out next. You know, to be that long and extended, he's still really hooked up strong and behind his shoulder, extra level out through his hip. That steer will get a little permanent and rigid in his hock and pasture, and like to change that about him. Black and white one that rounds out the class. Man, a really big muscled one. He's just a little stilty and tight moving, but a good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Placings for our heavyweight Black Cross. In 10th place, Brindley Boston, Ellis County 4-H. In 9th, Ace Allen James, Grayson County 4-H. In 8th, Sterling McGee, Tom Green County 4-H. In 7th, Emily Dingler, Brownsboro FFA. In sixth, Mila Mustian from Santo FFA. In fifth, Braden Henry, New Home FFA. In fourth, Jersey Harlan from Wilman Union FFA. In third, Elizabeth Norwood, Ellis County 4-H. In second, Cayman Cody from Toller FFA. And in first, Aniston Floyd from Denver City FFA. And now in our ring is our judging of our champion and reserve champion Black Cross from our lightweight division. First place was Harper Simpson from Merkel FFA. From our medium weight was Cooper Marsh from Death Smith County 4-H. And from our heavyweight division, what was just completed, Aniston Floyd from Denver City FFA. Our second places from each of those classes from our lightweight was Cole Kellemeyer, Runnels County 4-H. The medium weight was Connor Lyles, Williamson County 4-H. And our heavyweight that was just completed was Cayman Cody from Toller FFA. Again, upon completion of the judging of this champion and reserve champion of our Black Crosses, we will take a lunch break. We'll take approximately a 30-minute lunch break. And we'll come back with our other breeds and crosses classes. There will be 4 of those.
This is a really good lineup here. You know, as probably as impressive of a lineup from top to bottom that we've had so far, which is good and neat, and I think just impressive set of kids on the end of the halter of these cattle that are very, very good, and they all do some neat things and, you know, kind of stay true to form. We'll briefly just mention a few things. I think young ladies lightweight, you know, we talked about him in that class as being just really good balance and good kind of cattle that's got a nice muscle pattern and rib cage working in him. We pointed out maybe he's just not totally perfect off of those rear two, a little softer maybe in those pasterns than he'd have to be, but a good quality show steer that the young lady's leading. The young man that came out of that middleweight class, you know, and when we get him here into this lineup, that steer has just as much presence and as much look about him as any of them. Really, really intriguing up front, and his head carriage and where he sets that on the upper part of his shoulder. That steer's extra massive and powerful. I love his rib cage. So many good things to appreciate about that steer, extra high quality. And the young lady that came out of that last class, we talked about that one being exotic in his look for that weight class and just having an immense amount of shape and power and dimension. You know, these two steers, if we just compare them to each other, nothing to take away from our lightweight, but you know, the young man's that was out of that first class or out of that middle class, I may prefer the way that that steer's hooked up down his top line, a little more strength in behind his shoulder, probably maintains that just a little more attractively when the cattle are on the profile, a little extra levelness out through his hip, maybe set even smoother in his tail head. Just everything about that steer's extra smooth, versus the young ladies I'm a little more intrigued with just in terms of his shape and his power. I think that steer's really good in his chest and his underlying balance. He does have the advantage structurally. I think that steer's just a little square from his hock to the ground, a little stable, more stable in his pastern and bigger footed. So there's some trade-offs in those cattle. Both of those two young folks should be extremely proud to be showing those two. We've got some awesome seconds. We'll pull one of them up here in a second. But again, hats off to our Black Cross exhibitors for doing an outstanding job. Really been a fun one to sort. Young lady out of the heavyweights will have our champion. Congratulations. Thought that champion maybe had just an advantage in terms of the structure that he travels off of his rear two with. And we dropped that young man's in, and we talked about a duo of them that was just awfully good. Presentation is incredible. His muscle and power and stoutness. I think he upholds the level of quality really, really well. An outstanding steer. My second favorite one, though, will be the young man out of our middleweight class. He'll be reserved.
Our champion Black Cross came out of the heavyweight, Aniston Floyd, Denver City FFA, and our reserve out of the middleweight, Cooper Marsh, Deaf Smith County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. If you have a lightweight AOC, we'll ask you to be back and ready to be lined up at 1:45. Lightweight AOCs, lightweight AOCs, go ahead and start bringing them over. Second call, lightweight, AOCs, second call. Bring them on down. you had a good lunch. We did. We want to thank Country Cookers, Carl Rose and his staff for providing lunch for the steer committee. If you haven't gone out and seen his food truck, hope you'll go support him. We'll begin now with our AOCs. There's 37 in this class, weight range from 1,000 to 1,107. Exhibitors are Harper Johnson, Nazareth FFA, Grace Seiler, Broad FFA, Bethany Seiler, Broad FFA, Emma Seiler, Broad FFA, Hayden Summerall, Broad FFA, Darcy Burton, Comanche County 4-H, Hubbard Kinsley, Corley County 4-H, Kylie Barnett, Fisher County 4-H, Presley Alanis, Fisher County 4-H, Kinley Lindbergh, Marion FFA, Laurel Benson, Hale Center FFA, Cody Larson, Hayes County 4-H, Kendall Hooser, Hood County 4-H, Claire Wagner, Howard County 4-H, Jack Taylor, Burleson Centennial, Tucker Allen, Uvalde County 4-H, Emma Adams, Lamar County 4-H, Jace Jordan, New Home FFA, Madison Thurman, McCullough County 4-H, Madison Fritz, Medina County 4-H, Kayla Trimble, Menard County 4-H, Seth Trimble, Menard County 4-H, J.C. Page Baker, Highland FFA, Carly Hughes, Highland FFA, Savannah Martin, Palo Pinto County 4-H, Trent Helms, Ballinger FFA, Zayden Boone, Reynolds County 4-H, Patty Kalina, Reynolds County 4-H, Braden Hoppy, Reynolds County 4-H, Cole Gellemeyer, Reynolds County 4-H, Taylor Wise, San Saba County 4-H, Rowdy Pfluger, Sutton County 4-H, Emily Pfluger, Sutton County 4-H, Leah Brannon, Adeline Cooper FFA, Mally Heathouse, Walt FFA, Ethan Williams, Wise County 4-H, and Paisley Fitzgerald, Alpha Golden FFA. For those of you that are joining us now and may have missed out this morning, our judge is Mr. Curtis today. He lives in Belgrade, Montana with his wife Kate and daughters Chesney, Cameron, and Callan. They own and operate Dubé Cattle with family, and they focus on selling bulls, heifers, and select show steers across a wide variety of breeds. Prior to returning to the family ranch, he was the judging coach at the University of Wyoming, Colorado State University, and Northeastern Junior College. He received his master's in beef cattle management from Colorado State University. Let's give our judge a round of applause. We appreciate him being here today.
steers some awfully good ones too, and one of those is the young man's gray one. Thought off and on and really hard about keeping that one because of what he does right. That steer's just extra stout, really expressive in his muscle pattern, big top, the dimensional in his hip. His kind is just a little raw and a little extreme for me in terms of how his front end is assembled in his neck, and his throat, and his shoulder. You just make that one a little smoother, we could probably make him on the pole. The yellow steer that comes out next, I like that steer in terms of just his functional and his rib and things of that nature. Little peak and playing in behind his shoulder. Yellow one here, go ahead, Karen, go ahead. Yellow one here, really a long body one that's still hooked up strong in behind his shoulder and stout out his hip. A little bit big and open in his shoulder, clear in his head shape. Gray one there, extra stout in his muscle shape, a little bit straight, restricted on the move. Gray one exiting the ring now. I like just his basic build and function. That steer though gets just a little plain in how he's assembled up front. Not quite as neat in his muscle pattern. Really a long, extended yellow one here that's extra fluid, good on the move. Kind of plain in his balance, not as good as his underline. Yellow steer there is extra stout, big in his stifle. Wants to be a little straight up and down and stilty off both ends. White steer here, if we could stouten that one up and see him a little more expressive and go well with his strength and top line and levelness and hip. Gray steer there, really like that one in terms of his progression of width and power. He gets just a little plain in his fore rib and not quite as expansive in his shape. Yellow steer, young ladies leading there, like that one, stifle and quarter. A little straight in his shoulder, just more compact in his build. Thought about pulling this young man's almost brindled one here, just in terms of his shape and power. Not quite there yet in his body cavity, a little bit straighter there in his shoulder. Keep on going there, guys. The white one, thought about him too. That was a good pair of them right there, just barely missed the cut. That one's extra expressive in behind his shoulder. Funny stout. He's just a little stiff moving off of both ends. Blue roan here, really good just in terms of laying on back. Maybe that composition is his issue though. Need to see that steer a little leaner and truer. This one barely misses it here. I like this steer's balance from the shoulder back in terms of his top line and hip. A little short in his face, just throws his balance off up front there. The yellow one there, I like how he gets out of his front end. That particular steer's a little frayed on his feature and flat cycle. Kind of a gray painted up one here. It's got a nice, pin width and cycle to it. Taken to the ground and smaller footed. Young lady there in the black jacket. I like the center part of that steer's body. I don't know that he has enough just true power all the way to the surface. White steer here, I like his top line and his hip. Tail set's really good into him. A little quicker in his maturity pattern. Young man steer here with the nose ring, extra stout and powerful, really muscular, a little raw and harsh maybe in the way that he's made. Yellow one here, similar story, tons of muscle and width. That one just opens up and gets a little round off of both ends. We've got a pair of white ones here that are big, long, extended cattle, gonna have a heavy, mature weight. Both of them just need a shot more stoutness and power. Similar for the yellow one, fluid, easy in its movement, just a little plain behind his shoulder. Black and white one there is extra wide, but I don't know if that's because he's just a little too fat and quick in his maturity pattern. Red and white one there, that steer's got a lot of just shape up high, needs more true whip down low. Nice way to start this class. Congratulations to those kids.
Class 2 AOC, you're needed in the holding area if you haven't come up. Class 2.
Nice class. I don't normally take this long in the lightweights, but when the kids are hustling, you give them the credit they deserve, and they bring us a nice lineup here, and a lot of good steers all the way down through. I don't necessarily know that there's one that just has to win this particular class, and if you've been following along, you know that the young lady was one of the last polls, and sometimes that's just how it goes. Just keep hustling till the very end. But that steer, every time I thought about pulling him, you just look at him and you're like, well, why not? Just keep him out there. And the longer that you go, the more that I personally realize anyway, that's a dang good steer. I think he does a lot of neat things. I mean, that one's maybe not got the skin quality that some of these other ones do, and so it takes away from him just a little bit. But man, that one, you know, you talk about balance, he does it as good as any of them. You talk about his muscle pattern and his rib cage, he does it as good as any of them. His freshness, his shape up high, his presentation from the side, his look, his intrigue. And then at the end of the day, you start adding all those things up, and man, that's a pretty good show steer. I'm not going to say that he's perfect down in his rear pasture, and that's where he needs to be a little bit better. But, you know, I don't know that we got the perfect structured one in here, and so I guess at the end of the day, we just find his flaw, appreciate it for what it is, and we decide that, at least I do, that there isn't one that's so much sounder and better everywhere else. So at the end of the day, the gray one is a pretty good show steer to go ahead and win. Congratulations to the young lady. Now, the one that originally just struck me very, very hard and just resonated with me from the beginning, first pull right out of the gate, very high quality steer. I always knew that one was going to be very tough to get around. Might have as intriguing of a front end as we've seen so far today. That steer's so highly presented in his skin and in his hair, just everything looks excellent. That steer's got an awesome muscle pattern to go along with it. I'm not going to say he's overly stout in his feature. That's one thing where maybe we can dock on him in second. And then, you know, the longer we nitpick on him, I never really thought that steer was just totally secure in his hind two. He'll set outside himself just a little bit as he goes away. You know, and at the end of the day, we're going to go ahead and leave that one in second. But young lady, you bring us a good quality steer. Congratulations to you. The tricky one for me is this yellow kind of gold steer that comes into third. And as the young man and I can tell you, the steer has a strange personality, and just how he's showing off here today. You know, there's times where I'm like, all right, he needs to win the class. That's the stout, burly, big-legged, dimensional, just dense one. And I think he is all those things. Certainly has the most bone and feature. He's dimensional from behind. Not as expressive or as fresh all the way through as those other two cattle. Maybe just a shot quicker in his maturity pattern and rougher across his tail head. Set out maybe just a little more at the point of his shoulder. Now, I don't mean to be too critical of your steer, young man, but in that top three that was real close, those are some of the issues that I see with that one. The gray steer, I think, just kind of fits real nicely into fourth. Man, that one is wild and out there, and his pieces that are good. Really sets his neck high and correct on the upper part of his shoulder. So expressive and dimensional from there back. I love his feature. Problem is, I don't know that that steer just ties everything together as neat as he should. A little more set out in his shoulder, straighter in his knee. He's not quite as good in his underline balance, and just a touch bigger in his hock joint. So many cool and out there pieces, just doesn't balance and tie it all together quite as well. The red steer is just fundamentally good cattle. I like that steer a great deal. That's just user-friendly type there. I think that steer's right on in his composition. I think that steer's excellent in his rib cage and his muscle. Structurally, he's a little stiffer and a little tighter than those cattle. He doesn't have the out there pieces that they do, and I think that's why he needs to line up in fifth. But a good steer, young lady's done a great job with. If we could change the underline in this gold steer, I think he could win the class. And I thought that from the very beginning. I like his structure probably as well as any of them. I like his width and muscle up high. I like his dimension. I like his shape of rib. But man, he's just a little short and round in his neck. He's deep in his chest. Just kind of throws his balance off from the side. Love everything from there back. Just got to change that front 1/3. The Hereford marked one, man, I like that one. That's just good cattle. That's good structure. That's good build. I love all those things in that one. And he excites me in that regard. We pulled him early for that standpoint. You dig into him and you compare him to some of these other cattle. He does not have the width and the shape and the power up high. He needs to be where he's at. The white steer that comes out next, if you want to use a stouter one, you could probably switch that and use this one. He's as muscular and as opened up and as powerful as any of them. For me, that one's just a little coarser and a little rounder, not quite as intriguing to look at. Gold steer that comes out next, man, that one's got some feature and bone and forearm size, a little shorter in his cannon and face, quicker in his maturity pattern than maybe I'm after. Red steer that rounds out the class, really, really fresh and highly presented, maybe just as plain in his muscle as any of them, but a good class. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Our placings for our lightweight AOC class. In 10th place was Kylie Barnett, Fisher County 4-H. In 9th, J.C. Page Baker, Highland FFA. In 8th, Emma Seiler, Bront FFA. In 7th, Grace Seiler from Bront FFA. In 6th, Harper Johnson from Nazareth FFA. In 5th, Hattie Kalina, Runnels County 4-H. In 4th, Kinley Lindberg from Marion FFA. In 3rd, Jace Jordan, New Home FFA. In 2nd, Carly Hughes, Highland FFA. And in 1st, Laurel Benson, Hale Center FFA. And now entering the ring for our judging is our AOC medium lightweight. There are 37 in the class. Weight range from 1108 to 1230. Exhibitors in this class are Haley Rice, Johnson County 4-H, Gunnar Perry, Bailey County 4-H, Sydney Johnson, Blanco FFA, Emily Laraway, Davenport FFA, Gabriel Martinez, Comanche County 4-H, Addison Poe, Erath County 4-H, Ace Allen James, Grayson County 4-H, Trenton Cruz, Chanel View FFA, Maggie Lane, Eustis FFA, Stratton Shirts, Ropes FFA, Braden Caps, Burleson FFA, Avery Bolin, Kerr County 4-H, Aubrey Pope, Junction FFA, Justice York, Kinney County 4-H, Tracer Morales, Olton FFA, Caitlin Watkins, Reagan County 4-H, Cheyenne Ashbrook, Lynn County 4-H, Bradley Barnett, Lynn County 4-H, Laney Johnson, Mason County 4-H, Connor Nuncio, Lone FFA, Christina Watts, Brady FFA, Austin Smith, Divine FFA, Madison Fritz, Medina County 4-H, Will Hopkins, Midland County 4-H, Garrison Shelby, Oldham County 4-H, Corley Ballou, Runnels County 4-H, Beth Kellemeyer, Runnels County 4-H, Braden Criswell, Eldorado FFA, Jager Collier, Snyder FFA, Granger Pitcott, Sterling County 4-H, Catherine Breedlove, Tom Green County 4-H, Presley Hinkhouse, Wall FFA, Danielle Nunez, Pflugerville FFA, Emily Copeland, McNeil FFA, Fort Tatum Pig, Fort Elliott FFA, Ethan Williams, Wise County 4-H, and Blake Cameron Morrow, Wise County 4-H. We want to apologize. We had the first and second place of the last class switched. So in second place was Laurel Benson, Hale Center FFA, and in first place was Carly Hughes, Highland FFA.
Nice class here as these guys start to head out. Young lady, go ahead and lead us off here. A gray steer, I think, has got a nice enough angle to his shoulder and puts his head really high up on the upper part of his neck. Gets a little flat from there back. We've got a gray and white one that's really clean in through his throat and his chest. He wants to get a little big in his joints, maybe straighter than ideal. We got a black and white one that looks like he was real easy feeding through the center part of his body. Need to see that one a little fresher and truer in his shape. We got a red one coming next. It's got some feature and bone, just a little stiff and ill moving off of both ends. We got another red one, young lady, showing here that certainly put on fat cover with ease. Maybe his composition gets him in trouble. We need to see that one a little more aggressive in his shape. We got a red and white one here that's just really fluid and sound in his movement. Not quite stout enough underneath, a little frailer in his feature and bone. We got a gray steer coming next that's extra stout and powerful, gets a little round. Keep on going, guys. Yep. We got a white steer here that's got some added bone and foot size. Need to see that steer a little cleaner in his joint and better up front. We got a red and white one here that's still real trim and real lean. Maybe that one's just a little too sally in about his head, not quite that stout enough all the way through. Extra dense and burly one here in this white steer that's big topped and stout in his pin. Wants to maybe roll there in his hock and be upright in his pastern. Got a yellow steer there over in the corner that's really strong in his top and good in his tail head. That steer just plays out in the lower 1/3 of his skeleton. Gray steer there that's extra dimensional in behind his shoulder. That one could be just a little truer underneath. He wants to be set out in his chest, run tighter back into his heart. We got a yellow steer here, young man with the fancy blue shirt that, you know, another one that looks like he put on fat with ease. Maybe that's getting him in trouble. I don't know if that steer's quite good enough compositionally. A little shorter in his neck than ideal. We got a yellow and white one here, young lady with the fancy blazer that lines out nice and probably best appreciated on the standstill for his strength and levelness. On the go, he gets just a little straight. Young man with the yellow steer going there, he's a little probably sounder. That steer's just got to be better in the center part of his body. Appreciate the young man for staying true with his gray and white one and holding on to that one. Extra big up high. He just gets a little flat in his forerib. Black steer there's got a nice progression of width, just a little too round and open off of both ends. We got a red and white one here that's extra wide up high, just a little flat and plain in his shape. Yellow steer there that the young lady's got. One again, nice progression of width, big width across his stifle. Plays out at the ground, being a little frailer in his feature and smaller in his foot size. White steer there that's big in behind his shoulder and square out through his pin set. Wants to taper and flatten through his quarter and stifle, get a little longer in his toe size. Gray and white one there's probably got more bone and feature than a few of them. He wants to get a little bigger in his shoulder and coarser in his joints. Gray steer here is wide and powerful up top, just a little rougher across his tail head. Yellow steer going out next, I think, is one that's shapely and behind his shoulder, just not enough width and overall dimension. Gray steer there is sound enough in his structure, just a little plainer in his balance. Young lady here in the black, I think a steer that's really fluid in his movement, just a little plainer from the side. Good congratulations to each of those exhibitors. Challenging class for sure. I think we could bring us all down in here, and we'd be here for quite a while on the kind of which ones need to stay and go. And I do like these top three, top four. I think quite a bit to surface. And young man's going to be our eventual class winner here, and I think he wins this particular class. I like that steer in terms of his muscle pattern, his rib cage, his stoutness and power all the way through. He's fairly fresh in his presentation. Wasn't quite rivaling the one that weighed out there, but this is still a very high quality class winner that the young man brings us. Congratulations to him on a good steer. Nice job winning the class. Young lady's a gray steer that's going to end up being in second. That's a good steer too, and I think just on the standstill, a lot to appreciate. Man, that one is neat. Really correct in his head neck tie-in. I love the transition into his full rib. Huge in terms of his feature and bone, and so wide and powerful across his stifle. When he gets and goes, that steer's a little just tighter and more permanent there in his hock than maybe I'd like him to be, because man, if that one could flex and he really could just have that extra athleticism, we'd be talking about a serious player. The young man steer that's going to end up in third, man, we level his hip out, and this is our without a doubt class winner after that. That steer is enormous in his top. He's bold in his rib cage, stout and powerful out through his hip. And even for being a little rounder, that steer handles it pretty well on the go. He takes a pretty fluid stride. He wants to open up just a little bit in his shoulder, be a little rounder in his hip, more comfortable with him there in third. The steer that's going to come out into fourth, I just think he fits pretty nicely there. A steer from his shoulder back, has a lot of muscle shape and width. He's true and correct in his rib cage. Up front, he's a little more mature. He's not near as attractive in his head shape. Steer will get just a little more compact and short to the ground there. Yellow one coming out next, just a good fundamental kind of a steer. Right on in his composition. I like his muscle to fat. I think he's pretty good in his rib cage. Balance-wise, that steer's a little plainer. He's shorter and thicker about his neck. Wants to get just a little deeper in his chest, but I do like that steer. I think the one coming out next, young man in the cowboy hat, man, if we could give that steer just more oomph all the way through. He's got balance and presence and look and eye appeal, sound enough structured, just too narrow and closed up. Young lady's gray and white one here. Man, I'd love to have seen this one about 45 days ago, because the fundamentals are right. He's fairly sound. He's fairly well put together. Man, he just wants to get too set out in his chest, just a little fatter than he needs to be at this weight and this amount of muscle that he has. Similar story for the red one. I think he's a good, solid steer. Very, very smooth all over, and maybe to his detriment. I don't see enough aggressive shape in that particular steer. He too's just on the little bit side of fatter. The gray steer is better than the two in front of him from that standpoint. He's got a more impressive shape coming out of the backside of his shoulder. I think he's a little more athletic in his rib cage. Hindered a little bit in his movement off of that one rear foot, but I think a nice quality class. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors.
Placings for our medium lightweight class: in ninth place, Trenton Cruz, Channel View FFA. In eighth, Stratton Schertz from Ropes FFA. In seventh, Beth Kellemeyer, Runnels County 4-H. In sixth, Corley Ballou, Runnels County 4-H. In fifth, Addison Poe, Erath County 4-H. In fourth, Jaeger Collier, Snyder FFA. In third, Ace Allen James, Grayson County 4-H. In second, Presley Hinkhouse, Wall FFA. And in first, Will Hopkins, Midland County 4-H. Precision in the Barn, Carly Hughes. Carly Hughes, Island FFA. You got first place in Class 16. AOC, we need you back in the arena immediately. Now entering our arena is Class 18, our medium weight, 37 in the class. Weight range from 1231 to 1349. Exhibitors in this class are Landry Austin, Parker County 4-H, Jet Moore, Parker County 4-H, Rylan Knoll, Lytle FFA, Marty Ducote, Jordanton FFA, Will Filippio, Brazos County 4-H, Isabella Briens, Brewster Jeff Davis County 4-H, Jackie Woodworth, Caldwell County 4-H, James Law, Caldwell County 4-H, Peyton Riley, Cisco FFA, Taylor Ray Jeffrey, Fisher County 4-H, Blaine Yeary, Floydada FFA, Cadence Yeary, Floydada FFA, Paisley Nutt, Floydada FFA, Kaiser Ottmeyers, Gillespie County 4-H, Jet Nichols, Jet James, Jet Nicholas James, Grayson County 4-H, Kylie Leggett, Byron P. Steele, Carly Schneider, Marion FFA, Cutter Collins, Petersburg FFA, Jace Sambura, Channelview FFA, Maverick Cody, Toller FFA, Bryceland Patchke, Idalou FFA, Brogan Patchke, Idalou FFA, Jewel Pitcott, Robert Lee FFA, Jorina Harris, Lubbock County 4-H, Jaden Woodley, Lynn County 4-H, Tristan Arthur, O'Donnell FFA, Roxton Stone, Martin County 4-H, Laney Johnson, Mason County 4-H, Ace Naglin, Medina County 4-H, Ashley Boyd, Highland FFA, Jackson Marlar, Parker County 4-H, Tanner Hoskins, Victoria County 4-H, Addison Wall, Williamson County 4-H, Ryle Meek, Wise County 4-H, Blake Morrow, Wise County 4-H, Dylan Garrett, Nueces County 4-H, and Swayze Harlan, Wellman Union FFA.
big class and a good class here, and I think a lot of kids that are hustling, and we're going to excuse some quality steers out the ring and resort these. But young man, go ahead and lead us off, if you would. A white steer that's pretty nice on the standstill, strength of his top line and his hip. There's enough muscle there. Just need to see that steer reconstructed in his knee and his front shoulder. Wants to rock over just a little bit. Go ahead, guys. Let's go ahead and lead out there. The red steer comes out next. Real impressive in his stifle and his quarter. Just wants to get a little straighter in his shoulder and lower in his necktie in. A gray and white one that's just dense and packed full of muscle. He'll get a little tight in his spine and lower off of both ends, and I'd like the white steer that comes out next. Big long-sided steer, just a little plain up front, doesn't maybe have the look and intrigue, a little more tender-footed as he circles the ring. I like this gray steer on the standstill and thought about that just from the profile. He's got some quality and presence, a little small in his rear foot, doesn't get out and track the way he needs to. From behind, I appreciate the yellow one, real stout and powerful, a little fat in the center part of his body. I like the gray steer. He's good compositionally. I think that's a quality steer there. A little bigger in his shoulder and flatter in his forerib. Yellow steer there's got some strength in his top line and hip. A little plain in the way that he's constructed. Gray steer that's got some stoutness of feature and bone, just too big and coarse in his hock joint. We got a red and white steer here that the rear third of his body's awfully nice in terms of levelness. Gets a little pinch there in his hip loin, a little plainer up front. A gray steer I like in terms of shape and power. A little shorter and coarser in his neck, frailer in his feature. I wish we could have seen this yellow one a little while ago. Compositionally, he's a little past his prime. We got a young man here with the cowboy hat. He's got a trim steer, going to be high cut ability. Need to see that one a little more expressive in his muscle. Really thought about pulling this young lady's here. On the standstill, I like the way that he lines out. Just gets a little too straight up and down and stilty when the cattle are asked to lead. Yellow steer there going out the ring, chock full of muscle, a little round off of both ends. We got a red and white one coming out next, expressive behind his shoulder, a little too deep in his chest. Real interesting yellow one here, probably the best one that's exiting the ring. Shape and muscle and power is right. That steer's knee's not, though, and neither is his pastern. I think the red and white one going next, high cut ability, very fresh. Just don't like the way that one's constructed about his head and neck. We got a blue one there that just needs to be a little more expressive. I like the strength in his top line. We got a red and white steer, extra long and extended, just a little too stiff in his movement. White steer comes out next. Bold in his forerib, just closes up too much at the ground. Yellow steer's got some shape and power in his stifle and quarter, a little extra there in the set of his hock. We got a silver steer that's plenty deep enough in his body cavity, just a little plain in his muscle pattern. Yellow steer, better compositionally. I think that one, though, just a little plainer in his shape, in behind his shoulder. And then we got a white steer rounds out the class. Big top, just a little coarser in the way that he's made. Congrats to each of those exhibitors. good class here. We've certainly upped the ante just a little bit. I want to be honest with you. The first two are just placed how I thought the class went when they first came in. And I think, let's just get it right out of the way. That steer's knee is not right. And I don't typically start classes with cattle whose knee comes over just a little bit like that. And he's a weird one because when he goes, you don't notice it at all. That steer can flat get out and go. He can motor. But, man, there's some times he's standing right there like, dang. And I don't mean to nitpick on our class winner, but I'm sure there's some ringside judges. Oh, my gosh, can you see his knee? Young lady, outside of that, your steer's exceptional. He's one of the best ones we've seen so far today. Just his balance and muscle and composition and rib cage, his front end quality, his hip structure, his hind leg, his hock placement. Very, very high quality show steer. And uniquely enough, for whatever reason, young lady, you got a neat one that still motors, even not being quite perfect right there. So that was my first impression. I'm sticking with it. He's our class winner. Congratulations. I think that the steer in second, man, if we could just tuck your steer's chest up just a little bit, young man, we could push him real, real hard. And it's interesting because I don't read that steer to be compositionally concerning from their back. He handles good. He's right in his forerib, heart, and flank. He's fine in his pone and in his cod, and I don't know why he's got just a little more chest. Some of them do that. We show Herefords, and man, I feel you. I don't know why he got a little chesty on you, but he sure did, because outside of that, I really like his balance. I really like his proportions. He is better in his knee. He is better in his shoulder than the one that wins the class. He, too, is very good on the standstill. At times, he'll want to come up just a little bit in his hip loin. He's just a little rougher in his tailhead, and so you get just a few of those things that maybe don't blend quite perfectly, but main thing is just his chest. Otherwise, young man, that's a very, very high-quality one. You know, if we just judge the cattle on the standstill alone, this gray one, man, he can win. That one has a look about him. He's as good in his throat and the crest of his neck and his chest as any of them in here. Ties it really high and elevated. And then I actually like the fact that that steer can be that long-bodied and still that good in the lower part of his skeleton. His heart sets in him right. His flank sets in him right. It's challenging to make him long like that and still balance. That steer's so long hip. His tail head's good and just standing still. I love that steer. The three-quarter shot on him, his progression of width, his muscle and shape and power is very, very good. He gets out and goes and just does not flex like those two. Part of it is you can see twist out on his front too. He's just a little coarser there in that hock joint and more long and slender in his toe size. Man, that's a fun top three to talk about. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Young man in a cowboy hat, I was telling some of our ring folks, you probably have one of the top 10 steers we've seen so far today. You just run up into a very, very challenging class. This steer comes in and hits me extremely hard in terms of his muscle and his power, his composition, where his neck sets up in him. I love that steer's head shape. He's so powerful in his hip and from behind. You know, underneath, I don't read him to be quite as good there in his flank line. And that steer just a little tighter, ever so slightly in motion, particularly just a little straighter in his shoulder and knee. I'd be proud to show that one, young man. Quality steer sitting all the way in fourth place. Young man hustling here in fifth, and that's a different kind of steer than some of the ones on either side of him. Probably got more center body and rib, but, you know, I don't read that steer to be compositionally concerning. He's maybe not as neat in his balance as a result of being just a little shorter coupled, so we like him where he stands, but you overlook that. He's so wide, he's so opened up, so much dimension and product in that particular cattle. I just don't read him to be quite as stylish and eye-appealing. Young lady, you brought a heck of a steer, and unfortunately, I might have liked to have seen this one just in a little lighter class. He just gives up some to the cattle in front of him. Man, that one flat gets out, and you want to talk about maybe the longest striding one we've had of the day, particularly out of his front end. Ultra aggressive in his top shape and pin width. He's like our one in second, though. For whatever reason, his chest is falling out of him. He runs a little tighter back into his flank, and I don't see that one to have the underlying balance and presence that the cattle above him have. Young lady coming out next, I really like the cutability and composition that that particular steer offers. So good shaped everywhere, and I think muscle and trimness is certainly in his favor. Extension up front. He's better in his chest than the one that exits the ring. Problem is, he's no better there in his flank, and I get a little concerned that steer motor on the outer part of his skeleton set down with less stability and comfort there in his pastern because he's a little smaller footed. Interesting color pattern on the one that comes out next. A little bit of a knothead, but I won't share with you what the young man and I talked about him, but I think that steer is big up high and stout out through his pin set, just a little plainer in his balance from the side. Young lady's getting everything she can out of this yellow steer, and I really like him from his shoulder back. I think if we just covered up his neck and head and his front end, we could run this one in that top 5. I love his freshness of rib cage and his muscle pattern. He's good structured and good built. He's just a little plain up in his head and neck for me. We'll leave him there where he stands. Young lady that's going to round out this particular class on the standstill, a dense and powerful one, really shapely. He just wants to get too coarse in his joint work and small in his rear foot. Good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Our placings for that medium weight class: in 10th place was Tristan Arthur, O'Donnell FFA. In 9th, Jordanton FFA, Marty Ducote. In 8th place, Kaiser Ottmers from Gillespie County 4-H. In 7th, Jorena Harris, Lubbock County 4-H. In 6th, Taylor Ray Jeffrey from Fisher County 4-H. In 5th, Jet Nicholas James from Grayson County 4-H. In 4th, Brogan Patchke, Idalou FFA. In 3rd, Landry Austin, Parker County 4-H. In 2nd, Ace Negelin from Medina County 4-H. And in 1st place, Bryceland Patchke, Idalou FFA. And now entering the ring will be our final class of our AOC division, our heavyweights. 38 in the class. Our exhibitors are Cameron Hill, Burleson County 4-H, Cameron Stadenford, Robert Lee FFA, Kason Runyon, Coke County 4-H, Hadley Sundraw, Bronx FFA, Bailey Page, Wellington FFA, Georgia Bisner, Downer, Hartley County 4-H, Creed Marsh, Jeff Smith County 4-H, Corbin Marsh, Jeff Smith County 4-H, Maddie Martinez, Rotan FFA, Kennedy Maney, Ford County 4-H, John Dennis, Seminole FFA, Jack McMath, Seminole FFA, Kelton Carter, Hale County 4-H, Destiny Potter, Henderson County 4-H, Mason Grady, Johnson County 4-H, Tucker Russ, Kendall County 4-H, London Butler, Lubbock County 4-H, Travis Myers, O'Donnell FFA, Lincoln Graham, Lynn County 4-H, Brendan Henry, Louisville FFA, Brooklyn Prince, Medina County 4-H, Kenzie Hobbs, Minor County 4-H, Stephen Garrett, Nueces County 4-H, Weston Hendricks, Nolan County 4-H, Madeline excuse me, it's been a long day. Harrison FFA, Jacob Chickadams, Harrison FFA, Scioto County 4-H, Lennon Holloway, Taylor County 4-H, Cash Koretska, Taylor County 4-H, Luke Kalina, Wall FFA, Presley Hinkhouse, Wall FFA, Hadley Schultz, Washington County 4-H, Leanna Kirchner, Williamson County 4-H, Tracy Garrett, Nueces County 4-H, and Ryder Day, Meadow FFA.
that's the fun thing about coming to judge in your particular state. You know you're going to get in classes like this and the quality's deep, but on that same token, you're going to excuse great kids with some really good steers that are going to be disappointed. Didn't plan to come to the fair and get the gate with the quality that they brought. And so hats off to each and every one of these kids for hustling and working hard, keeping positive about it. That's what's important. Young man here with the cowboy hat, he is one of those right out of the gate that's got a really good steer that's going to go on out. And young man, you're showing a good one. I like where he ties his neck in up high. He's right in his muscle. For me, that one's just a little straighter off of both ends than ideal. Like to maybe tweak him from that standpoint. The white steer right behind him, I think that steer, if we just trimmed him up a little bit compositionally, he set out too much in his chest, not quite exotic enough in his shape because his balance is there, his presence is there. The gold steer I really like in terms of his rib cage and his stifle shape. Steer gets a little rounder off of both ends than maybe some of the cattle, but again, one of the really good ones that's heading out the gate. I wish he could go just a little more comfortably. Let's go ahead, guys, go ahead and walk on out. Yep. The gray steer that's going to come out next gets out of his front end really good. Just wants to play out a little bit muscle-wise from there back. I love the feature and bone in the yellow one. Just a little too plain and stale up front. Young man's is really expressive up high. Wish he matched that down low with a little more feature and bone. Gray steer's got plenty of substance, just a little stale and past his prime. Similar for the big black and white one. A lot of steer there. Just need to tone him down a little bit and see his shoulder come in a little smoother. Red steer real strong in his stop line and good out through his hip. A little stilty and straight off of both ends. Wish he had more flex. Red steer here is coming with a lot of width across his cycle, just sheer power. Steer, we can appreciate the carcass bearing. He's just too straight off at either end. Gold steer here is what's sounder structured one that gets out of his front end good. A little stale and plain in his muscle shape. Similar for the white steer. I like his progression of width and the dimension he carries in the inner part of his twist. Just wants to see his chest fall out of him, be a little plainer and behind his shoulder. Really a muscle bound kind of red and white one that's ultra stout up high, maybe a little too much. See that steer get a little straight and constricted off of both ends. Yellow steer coming out next. I like his composition in this particular class and weight range. That steer just wants to be a little plain where his neck attaches to the upper part of his shoulder. Really like the gray steer in terms of his full rib shape. That one wants to be a little too cresty and fat in about his neck. Gray and white one here is a little better composition, a little more attractive up front. That steer's just too uncomfortable in how he gets around the ring. Yellow steer here, I like his strength in his top line and out through his hip. He too's just a little straight, tender-footed. Yellow steer coming out, big long-sided steer, just a little too flat. The gray steer there's got an awesome turn into his quarter, a little bigger and straighter there in his shoulder. Another gray steer's coming next, like where his neck attaches up high, a little rougher maybe in how his tail head is set in. Red steer there is really good in his shape. That steer's just a little plain through the front 1/3 of his body. We got a gold one here that's got enough depth. He too's just a little tender and sore-footed. And the red steer that's biting the young man just a little bit. A lot of steer there, just a little plainer maybe in his shape. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
attention in the barn. If you have a breed champion or reserve breed champion, you can go ahead and start making your way up to the holding area. Breed champion or reserve breed champions, you can start making your way up to the holding area.
When you go around, when you set them up now, when you set them up now for talking, if you don't want to stop, just turn them around and face the other way. Yeah? That's okay. You're good. Quit you. That's all right.
Good class here. Water's got a little deep, obviously, as you would expect as we get up into these heavier weight AOCs. And I think a real good place to start, wherever you want to be at, young man, you can go wherever you want. It would be best if you went over there, though, just saying. That's all right. I like your steer one way or another. I do think that this class is real good and extremely high quality from top to bottom, and we excused some really good steers, and we got some excellent steers With that stated, though, never debated beating the yellow one. That's just the honest truth. I think the class is close all the way through, but this one won right away. It's just trying to decide which one to follow him up with. I think he's the only one in this division, at least, that has that kind of front end with that kind of muscle. And that's kind of what we've been looking for all day, to still be youthful and fresh and immature up front, but have that mature muscle pattern that we're looking for. Hard to do, and then he's the best structured one in this class by some margin. You know, when we circle them that many times, as you guys know, you know, they can break down and get a little tired, and this one is not tired, and he did not break down, and he just kept on motoring. Awesome structure, awesome balance, right kind of muscle. Hard to do what he does in a lot of packages. I like that one. He wins pretty easily. Congratulations to the young man. The debate in my mind as we got down here, and this is where it got deep in my opinion, is which one to follow him up with and which one to kind of to go in second. And the young ladies, man, I really, we just put a different head on that one, young lady, then I get pretty excited about him. I don't care for that face that he has, but from there back, I do think that that is a very high quality steer. I like his rib cage and his muscle pattern. He's stronger in his top line than the one in third. He's better in his chest and his neck than the one in fourth. Not quite as flexible as our class winner, and that's where we're going to leave him second. He can get just a little stiffer and a little tighter. All the walking is wearing him down just a little more. But man, you want to talk about a good rib cage and good muscle pattern. Still balance is really nice. I like that steer a great deal to be in second. The really, really freaky one, and when you catch him kind of holding it together, it's like, man, this steer's got to be second because he puts his head neck so high in the upper part of his shoulder. That steer's muscle and rib cage is so good. He's extremely fresh, very highly presented. There are just times, though, and that steer is weak top, make no mistake about it. And sometimes he just lets it get a little loosey-goosey and just doesn't hold it together. And then when the cattle are asked to lead, of those top three, he's the tightest and most restricted in his hock, probably the shortest stride out of his rear tube. But I think the world of that steer. It's the best third place we've had all day by far. You know, this young man, it's my bad for not pulling him right away, but he gets it right in the end himself and gets him up into fourth. That's a good steer. You know, my initial question on him, he's got a little more chest, he's got a little more crest, and there's some things that you kind of dig into and say, well, maybe he's not as neat up front, and he isn't. But man, you get outside of that, that one is awesome muscle. He's as fresh as any of them. Awesome in his rib cage. He moves good. That's a quality show steer. Going to go ahead and put him there in fourth. You know, we got to get really, really hard on these steers in 5 and 6, and hopefully these two gentlemen are proud of what they brought to town. I like this steer in fifth. We take him from his shoulder back, and he can run with that class winner. I love his athletic rib cage. I love his muscle pattern up high where his tail sets in him. That's a pin set now in terms of being wide and square and big across his stifle. Up front, he's just not quite right in his knees. You see him being just a little over and a little swollen there. That steer wants to get a little coarser in his neck as well. Man, if you just want to use the stout one, you use the young man's here in the blue shirt. And if you like him, you probably love him. That one is big, big-legged, extra massive and dense all the way through. A little coarser and a little plainer for me, not quite as eye-appealing. We'll leave him where he stands. On the contrary, is the yellow one that comes next. And I didn't think about switching that pair. So much fresher, more youthful about his head, neck, and chest. So much neater to look at, lever in his hip. You know, but with that, that steer's just a little plainer in his muscle. He's a little softer to the touch, not quite as good in his shape, and so we'll go ahead and leave them like they are. This young lady's gray steer to me is the most interesting one with what to do in the class. He is just absolutely wide everywhere. That is the most impressive one from behind of any steer we've seen come through the ring today. Unfortunately, I don't personally prefer him to be that wide in their chest, and that steer gets just a little outside of himself as he goes. Interesting yellow steer that comes out next. He doesn't necessarily have the body type that I'm after. I love the smoothness of shoulder and strength of his top line. Everything just so smooth. He's just a little mature in his rib cage. I'd like him to be a little more athletic in his muscle pattern as well. Steer that comes out next, I think is awfully good, just in terms of stoutness and power. That black and white one's big up high, dimensional, a little coarser. The gray steer's long body and strong top. He's just a little plainer in about his head, neck, and chest. Yellow steer we got here, it's actually this young lady here that should be next, but that one is really strong in her top line, strongest top line, and expressive. A little tenderness in his foot as he gets out and goes. Young lady that's going to round out the class here in the green, really expressive and dimensional up high. That one wants to get over in his knee as well. Excellent class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
The final placings for our heavyweight class in 10 was Presley Hinkhouse, Wall FFA, 9, Cash Cortez from Taylor County 4-H, 8 was Landon Bird, Lubbock County 4-H. In 7th, Creed Marsh, Jeff Smith County 4-H. In 6th, Madeline Shadinskin, Chickadan from Perryton FFA. In 5th, Ryder Day, Meadow FFA. In 4th, Lincoln Graham, Lynn County 4-H. In 3rd, Kelton Carver, Hale County 4-H. In 2nd, Travis Myers, O'Donnell FFA. And in 1st, Mason Grady from Johnson County 4-H. And now coming into our ring for our judging of our champion and reserve champion AOCs. From our lightweight class, our first place was Carly Hughes from Highland FFA. From class 2, our medium lightweights, first place was Will Hopkins from Midland County 4-H. In our medium weight, our third class, our first place was Bryceland Patchkey, Idaho FFA. And from our final class that was just judged, Mason Grady, Johnson County 4-H. Our second place from each of those classes from our lightweight, Laurel Benson, Hale Center FFA. From our medium lightweight, our second place was Presley Hinkhouse, Wall FFA. From class 3, our medium weights was Ace Nagelin from Medina County 4-H. And from our final class that was just completed, Travis Myers, O'Donnell FFA.
As we wrap up our AOCs here, a really good division, as you knew it would be. And we got our class winners out here, and I think very pleased with our first and seconds from their respective classes and where they came from and how they got there. It's very impressive, I think. You know, there were some different ways and some different class winners, and we still have some variation here, but man, you got to be impressed with what each one of these steers does. Just real quick, you know, we talked that lightweight in class is one that didn't necessarily surface right away, but I'm really confirmed in that decision. That steer comes out here and he fits the lineup excellently. He looks like these heavier weight cattle do. That steer's got a good muscle pattern and a good rib cage. He's good enough in his structure, balance as well. I think that's a quality steer to come out of that class 1. That steer that came out of class 2, that was a good class, and that steer, he wins it on the basis of just being fundamentally pretty correct. I like his muscle pattern and his rib cage. Comes out here and has the balance to compete with these as well. Maybe not as much bone and feature, but man, that's just a good quality steer that won that second class. We talked about the young lady steer that wins that third one outside of his knee of being extremely, extremely good. A lot of ways. I mean, just a fresh rib cage and muscle pattern. I love his neck and his head. Just very, very good. And we talked about him motoring surprisingly well as well. Just a good quality steer, certainly in contention when we talk about selection for our champion in reserve. And we just got done coming out of that fourth class, and we talked about that steer being really hard to make and putting together some awfully good things. I think our seconds uphold the quality really well. The AOC exhibitors are certainly doing an outstanding job. Our champion of second. And again, we just got done talking about these, and I think just an outstanding steer that does a lot of good things. He follows our champion really well. He's going to go ahead and be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our champion, which is Mason Grady, Johnson County 4-H. And our reserve champion AOC goes to Travis Myers, O'Donnell FFA. our final judging for our grand champion steer and reserve grand champion steer of the San Angelo 2024 Livestock Show. Coming into the ring now is our American Cross champion, Farron Speck from Class 3 of Tom Green County 4-H. Our champion British was Kennedy Poe from class number 8 from Stephenville FFA. Our champion Black Cross was Aniston Floyd from Denver City FFA. And our champion AOC was Mason Grady from Johnson County 4-H. Our reserve champions from each of our divisions, and our reserve champion American was Jayden Myers from O'Donnell FFA. Our reserve champion British was Braden Hoppy, Runnels County 4-H. Our reserve champion Black Cross was Cooper Marsh from Deaf Smith County 4-H. And our final reserve champion from our AOC was Travis Myers, O'Donnell FFA.
Well, it's certainly an impressive lineup as we get out here, and I know we don't have a huge crowd left, but with those of us that are here, let's go ahead and give these kids a nice round of applause. I just want to thank everybody that's been a part of this show for asking me to come do it. I got the call last spring, and I've certainly been excited and looking forward to it since then. And I knew it would be a really, really high quality show, and certainly exceeded my expectations. We've got 4 outstanding class winners here, and I think you know, the folks that have been behind this show have told me it's grown a lot in numbers, and I think that's due to their effort and diligence behind the scene. And so if you know any of those guys that helped put this show on, be sure to thank them. And you know, they could be doing a lot of things, and yet they're out here helping us make this show run smoothly. And appreciate Michaela and everything she's done with her crew and all of our ring stewards today. The show has run quickly, it's run smoothly and very efficient. If anything, you had to wait on me versus wait on these guys. And so as a judge, I appreciate all their hard work and effort. So hats off to them. And again, kids and parents and folks around the ring, if you know these people, be sure to thank them. But I think the steers have been outstanding. I think all 4 of our division winners are excellent. And I would be pleased to have any of the 4. You never know what you're going to get when you come somewhere, and any of these steers are deserving. I do think there is one that takes it to another level compared to his contemporaries. I think it's close for reserve. But again, thank you very much for having me. Champion's going to be a young man with the AOC. Congratulations. We bring that reserve in, and man, he definitely upholds the level of quality, and we've got 3 other good, awesome reserves over there as well. So again, I appreciate it one more time, and I've had a great experience here at San Angelo, from the Kawachis this morning to the steers we've got to dig through. But above all else, your kids have been outstanding, and I've had a great time. Second favorite one is the British. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our grand champion market steer, which was Mason Grady from Johnson County 4-H, and our reserve grand champion market steer was Kennedy Poe, Stephenville FFA.